Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. We're 10 minutes late, but the video isn't working here, so I guess you won't see my pretty face all day. But the rest works. So my name is Joe Lamb. I'm the Deputy Mayor of Whitestone, and I'll be chairing the meeting this morning. And this is the meeting of Thursday, January the 23rd, 2025. I will introduce the members of council first. In the room with me today are Councillor Brian Woods and Councillor Janice Bray. And on Zoom by video are, this just came up by the way, our Mayor George Comrie and Councillor Scott Nash. So in the room with us today, in terms of staff, we have our CAO, Nigel Black, and we have our Deputy Clerk, Wendy Schroeder. I think there are a couple people on Zoom, and there's one member of the public here with us, actually two members of the public with us. Anyway, having said that, I'll call the meeting officially to order. And I'd ask everyone to stand if you can, and we will play the national anthem.
Minute.
The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll ask if there's any declaration of pecuniary interest.
Yeah.
Councillor Bray?
Just for. I'm sorry, I meant to look that up last night again.
Just speaking.
I'm just finding it on my. I do believe that the thrift shop donations are coming up in this agenda.
I think they're just mentioned in a report. I don't
Okay.
think we're approving them,
Okay.
if I have that right, but we're not approving. them. Oh, we are approving
Yeah,
them?
so
Okay.
I am declaring a pecuniary interest for. Still haven't found it.
For the Legion, is that?
Well, there's two things on thrift shop donations that I need to declare a pecuniary interest. Sorry, I can't find it right at the moment. What number it is? At the very 1.1.2.
7.1.
That's the meeting minutes. Is that actually, oh, no, under matters, it's under matters arising, 7.1.2, thank you, sorry. 7.1.2.
You're there.
Yeah.
And which ones are they?
Church and the Legion.
Church and the Legion, so be it noted. Any other declaration of pecuniary interest? Okay, hearing none.
Mr. Chair, it's Mayor Comrie. I'm curious about what Councillor Bray has picked up on. I must admit, I did not notice that the thrift shop was making a donation to the Legion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, I guess I will declare a pecuniary interest for the same thing since I'm a member of the Legion, so.
Okay. So noted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other declaration? Hearing none. The first motion, please. This is a motion to approve the agenda. I'll read the motion and ask for a mover and seconder. Whereas the members of council have been presented with an agenda for the January 23rd, 2025 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Bray seconds. I guess my only question is the amendment from yesterday to add an item into closed. We don't need to add that on this motion, or is it already been done?
That motion includes the addendum.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor? Show of hands, I guess, or say something if you're on Zoom.
In favor?
Councillor Nat?
Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute. In favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Presentations and delegations. We have the Rotary Club of Perry Sound. Just the gentleman, what's your name, sir? Phil Black. Phil Black? Phil Black is with us in the room, so Phil, you have the floor. Thank you very much. You want to just go up to, oh, there's no mic there? Oh, sure. No, we need the mic because we're being recorded, so. Thank you, Phil, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Our mics aren't really great, so you kind of have to speak right into the mics. Thank you.
Mayor Comrie, Deputy Mayor Lamb, and councilors, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm quick, I believe.
Need to hold it, yeah, take it out of the. Then you can, when you move your.
Right, this people like. I'll be as brief as I can today because I know we have a 229 page agenda.
We've had more in the past.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I have 4 pages here, so we quickly. I think we have a slide thing here, but I guess we almost.
It's on the screen.
What's on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, put the mic right up to your,
It's on the screen.
there we
Yeah,
go.
there we go. Well, I just wanted, I think you're on the page where the review of a few great successes. Well, we have the 3-pitch in 2023, which we took over from the Rage tournament, and we have the 2024 Maple Leaf Alumni Game, which was quite a success. We have Foundation Evening Awards and 2 Community All Harris Fellows and contributions to the new community pool. I'll get into that a little bit more. Contributions to the Westbury Sound Health Center, particularly for the local cancer care. We have the Christmas Hamper Project, over 100 families.
Sign.
Santa Claus Parade and many more. To get to specifics, this is where I was previously treasurer, so I have a pretty good knowledge of where the money went and where the money came from. Right now, I'm president-elect. Dave Wilson is our president currently. We've been serving the community since 1936. The Rotary Club will continue to support our community with events and fundraising, including, that's the Parry Sound District. We're often mistakenly referred to as Parry Sound Town, but in effect, we cover the whole district, and that should be made very clear. Since 1936, we've been involved with every major fundraising project in the area. Recently, in the past year, we have funded some 29 community requirements over $500. A lot of small ones out of this includes 5,000 to high school requirements, mainly bursaries, and we help them trips abroad. 7,000 wheelchair needs. 61,000 went to the pool and cultural center. We regularly fund. We have the opportunistic areas of the pool and the high school needs when they're taking a trip, which is what they are doing. We are supporting them. We have regular fundings, which we are needing, make sure that we have enough money in the bank to provide that. Minor Hockey League, we give them about 3,000 a year. That's what they only need. But First and Air Squadron, we give them about 2,000 a year. There's a hospital in Africa, which we support as a partnership, and that it varies depending on their needs. We're involved in the breakfast program every year and supply 2 schools with funding for food for the kids. We help the Drop and continue to help the Drop, and as well as with hospice, and of course the Christmas Hamper, which we've this year raised 7,000 when we only needed 4,000. So the extra money, like it's $40 a basket with some cuts on costs there from the suppliers. They provide a lot of that expense, not all of it, but the $40 is covering 6 people in the family. And we raised 7,000, so the balance really goes to food bank they have there. It continues on in that direction. Basically, we have a broad hand in filling critical needs in our community. And I think we've been doing a fairly good job, I hope, and we intend to do a better job in the future. The 3 pitch is currently our prime source of revenue in order to distribute and care for these needs. It was being formerly the Rates Tournament. We had canceled in 2019. We didn't feel we would meet the, or 2019, we've been in it since 2019, but last year we canceled because we just didn't have the wherewithal to complete a good event, which would smear any future event. So we called it and said, okay, we don't have the manpower available. This year we do. We've got it all lined up. So it'll go forward this year without question. It is a great community event. We make money from silent auctions and so forth. Just as we have 26 teams that come out annually from all over the place. We have some changes that we might be making this year, which is because it's Father's Day, we want to emphasize more the family aspect of the event and not have any drunken brawl or drunken events. We can toned it down in
Or
the.
small play.
Yeah, and we haven't had the drunken brawls, but we came close a few times. And the truck went up in the cars and they started drinking out of their, at a party there. We'll continue to support all our areas of concern and particularly looking after the broader community. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Phil. I'll just say, and I'll open it to questions from the council, but what we do is we deal with all the donations for 2025 when we get into our budget,
Right,
which is starting on February the 5th. So I don't know whether you've got a letter in or a request or whatever, but if you haven't, you should get it into to our CAO, requesting funds for 2025.
yes,
And then we would consider all the requests at that time. But
excellent.
having said that, any questions from members of council, please? Councillor Bray?
Yeah, it's not really a question, but I do thank you for the support that you gave numerous families here in Whitestone through COVID with the meals. That was, I think that was a real treat for a lot of people who couldn't get out and couldn't do anything else. And to have somebody come up to the door with a meal ready for them to heat up was a real treat. Thank you again.
You're very welcome. Thank you for that. We were given the confidence by social services and given over $100,000 for that purpose. So we're quite honored to actually have that responsibility and get funding from the services. They realized that we had the manpower, the 70 volunteers of our membership, and we had 30 at the time. So we were able to manage that. And they recognized that, and they trusted us with their budget in order to handle all that issue. And thank them and thank you.
But it was a big job to carry that out, to organize it and get the organization and the community. So thanks again for that organization.
And it certainly was a community project, and we just happened to lead the way, I guess. Any other questions?
Any other questions from members of council? Hearing none, I just have one. Do you have any members of the Rotary Club from Whitestone?
At this point in time, I don't think so. I
Okay,
don't think so. I can't be sure of that. But
Yeah.
we have, we're really in a membership binge now. We've signed up 6 new members in December. So I'm not sure
Good for you.
exactly where a couple of them are from, but we intend to do that. We're about 18 right now. We want to get back to 30.
so there's only 18 members.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So
It's funny because I've asked that question of the Chamber of Commerce in the past too, right? And
yeah.
I think there's one member from Whitestone, so,
Yeah.
and I sometimes scratch my head and say, well, of course, we have a service club in Whitestone itself, where there's many people that,
Right.
the Lions are here and there's many people from Whitestone in that, right? I would say the majority.
Yeah, we tend to attract people from the immediate area of Parry Sound because a lot of them are business people and the businesses are in Parry Sound.
Yeah,
And the travel factor, especially in the winter, is today
yeah.
and a bit of a burden. We hate to be a shop. Mess. So, but everybody is welcome. Certainly we'll enjoy so many people. A good representation of all municipalities would be ideal.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming, unless there aren't any other questions. Thanks for bearing the roads today and safe travels back to Parry Sound.
Because I took the bunny trail instead of I'm mapping.
Oh.
Ended up the white
You
trail.
took the bunny trail all down like 20,
Yeah.
just go out like 24.
I think would be to do something, not even gonna tell her.
Don't tell her, don't tell her, Phil.
What do you think?
Okay, thank you very much. You can just bring the mic back to Councillor Woodsner's.
Oh, that's too bad.
Okay. I don't know why all this has come up here. Okay. Matters arise from presentation. I have a motion here. I'll ask for a mover and seconder. The Rotary Club of Perry Sound, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the presentation for the Rotary Club of Perry Sound, and thanks to the Rotary Club for the presentation. So I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves. Seconder. Councillor Bray. Like that. I'm gonna do this right. Oh, I thought here, sorry. Councillor Woods. Councillor Bray. And fine. Okay, thank you very much. I now have a motion to move into the committee of the whole. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into the committee of the whole at 9 or at 10:28 a.m. Yeah.
We didn't vote on that last one.
Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor of the previous motions? Everyone
in favor?
Okay.
Counselor Nash in favor.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, on this motion, I need a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mayor Conroy moves. And seconder, Councillor Woods seconds. All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing none, that's carried. Thank you. Okay. Committee of the Whole, 5.1. Interested motion now.
You won't have a motion.
Yeah, we won't have it right at this point. Okay. So we have a number of matters with respect to Belvedere Heights here. In fact, 5.1 A, B, C, and D. There was no delegation on this. There are at least a couple of asks for money. I thought I saw Don Carmichael on here, did I, or not? Don,
Yeah.
are you on the line?
I am, sir.
Good. Don, are you willing to take questions from members of council on this, or do you have anything to say before we get to asking questions?
Yeah, I noticed that the presentation that we had done last time, when Pam and I joined you, was in the package, which is great. I also prepared an updated slide on the life lease. That's the only new thing that's also in your package.
Okay,
But I hadn't prepared anything that was, follows the ABCD. So maybe in the interest of time, it would be best, just as you mentioned, that we would just answer questions or whatever you'd like me to do in terms of the various items. We got a whole bunch of stuff here all coming together at the same time. So it's a little bit confusing, I'm sure.
yeah, it kind of is, and that's why we wanted to have them all come back. We deferred this in December because it seemed here and there, and we weren't sure what all the asks were, so I guess we can deal with that this morning, so. Anyway, are there questions of Dawn from council? Good. Well, Dawn, before you do that, can you just very briefly summarize? I think there's two monetary asks here, if I have it right. There's one for $42,000, which is in essence a return from an operating surplus amount that we received in 2021 or so. And then there's a 6% of 13, again, rough figures, $13 million loan to bridge finance the 24-bed expansion and to buy back life leases. that you're asking us to back the loan. Are those the two monetary asks, or is there a third one in there?
No, that's correct.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, questions from council?
Through you, Chair, Counselor Nash.
That's Councilor Nash.
Yeah, hey, Don, hopefully you're doing well. I have a couple of questions. Just to better understand it, I think to make sure that all the members of the public understand. For the construction of the new beds, that is 100% government funded, is that correct?
It's funded, no, not quite correct. It's funded by a combination of government funding and our economy of scale. If you look at the if you have the your agenda, and if you look at the let's see if I can find it here myself. What do I call it? New build financing summary. You can see that the project the project is the loan is approximately 674,000. The ministry funding guaranteed for 25 years is $333,000 a year, and the net to be funded by us is 341,000. We also included the economy of scale estimate that is estimated around $439,000, which is more than we need to offset that 341,000 deficit. So at the moment, this pro forma is showing a $98,000 surplus, which will be available if any of these numbers aren't quite right. So it's a contingency basically.
Could you explain the economies of scale? What's that? That rent?
What it is, for example, you don't need to hire a new administrator. We don't have to hire laundry. We don't have to expand the laundry. We don't have to hire any more administrative staff. We have a minor increase in housekeeping, dietary, nothing in maintenance. But we're funded by the ministry as if we did. So that gives us surplus income from the, say $60 a day per diem that we get for the accommodation envelope. We only have to spend less than half of that on incremental costs to support the 22 new beds. So that gives us an economy of scale. And that was one of the slides also that you have in your package. The economy of scale, you can see the net income there's some surplus in nursing, significant in programs, and over $300,000 in the accommodation envelope, which is the overhead component, right, of running the home. So that's makes a lot of sense actually, given the fact that we have that so much large amount of space that currently is not generating any revenue for us at all, which now will generate revenue for us with this model. So that's really good news in terms of we're actually getting much better throughput for our physical plant.
Okay.
Does that make
Thanks,
sense?
Don. So partly, I think that answers. I am on your page that you're talking about. If any members of the public or council are looking for it, the new build financial summary is on page 47 of 229 of our agenda. So thanks for referencing that page there, Don, or referring to the new funding summary. So forgive me for this question, but I had thought that we were told, and maybe I misunderstood somewhere, that this was 100% financed from the government, I'll call it. But so what I'm hearing now is, and looking at some of the documents here, is it's really there's construction funding subsidy of 333,000 over 25 years. So basically, what's being asked for here is a loan to guarantee some of the construction. And then over the course of 25 years, each year, the government will give back about 333,000 in funding subsidies. Am I correct in my understanding there?
That's correct. So the purpose is to offset the mortgage, right? The 25-year debenture. And
Yeah.
as we said, given the expense, it doesn't cover that off. We also get about $3 million up front from the government as well, 3.3 million in terms of cash.
Okay,
As a top,
and
go ahead, sorry.
yeah, no, and I'm gonna ask a bunch of questions because I want to understand it better, right? Until now, I thought it was government funded, and I was wondering why are we doing this loan if it's government funded? So now I understand that. So thanks, Don. And then we've estimated, or the board has estimated, hard cost for construction of 10.7 million. And if I'm correct here, it looks like we've allotted for 5% contingency in hard costs and 3% contingency in soft costs, so a total of 8%. And in construction these days, I know that 8% contingency is not very much. So let's say that this project, after it's awarded and construction starts, comes 25% over budget. So, 17% more than what is given as contingency here. How's that money going to be asked for? Is that going to come back to the municipalities for their share of any cost overrides? How is that part going to be dealt with?
I've done a bit of a sensitivity analysis. Great question, actually. And we can absorb probably another almost $2 million if we had to, because the interest rates are also going to go down. We're still using a higher interest rate than the interest rate we will actually have. So we think we'll be okay with that. That we would not have to ask for any more money. I mean, other than the return of the 700,000, that's also on your agenda today, right? Which is in that pro forma that we just talked about, right? The offsetting the cost. So I think we'll be okay with that. But as you say, you never know. We'll find out next week, Councillor, because the tenders are due on January 30th. And apparently we've got interest from some good contractors, apparently. So there's a lot of interest in our build. So we know from other builds that there was not a lot of construction going on, so that it was becoming a little bit more competitive in terms of timing. Now maybe our timing is off now that the floodgates have opened again. I'm not sure, but we'll soon find out, sir.
Okay, and then two other questions here to finish off, Don. So you had mentioned actually the 700,000, which I believe was done back in 2021. It was refunded back, and it was some additional funds that the board had, from my understanding, and those funds were distributed because you couldn't have too much money in your surplus, and that was distributed back to the municipalities. And what you're really asking for, if we just pretended that came back, went into general reserves, went into no reserves, what you're basically asking for is an upfront payment from Whitestone of, I'm rounding, $42,000 as an upfront deposit to help with the funding of the new building. Am I correct on that?
Absolutely. So actually, there's a very good summary there. What happened in 2021 is the Long-Term Care Act only allowed us to keep 15% of our budget in reserves. And that was 1.6 million. We had 2.3 million. So we basically were in contrary of the Long-Term Care Act. So that's why we returned the 700,000. Okay. Then a year later, we get the Fixing Long-Term Care Act, right? The new act. They increased that to 25%. So if they had already done that, we wouldn't have had to return that 700,000. So now we're able to keep about 3.3 million in reserves rather than 1.6 million, right? More or less double. Well, yeah, double the amount of reserves that we can actually keep legally that would be available for any kind of capital or whatever requirements would be high cost expenses that we might incur, right, to help offset that before we have to come back to you and ask for more money. So that's a great buffer, which is what we're trying to do with these lines of credit, et cetera, as well, so that we can smooth payments or whatever, so we don't have to go back and ask you for any capital levy to help us out if we have any major repair, like a roof repair or something that's $300,000, for example.
And what do we
go ahead.
have in that reserve now, Don? Just
Pardon,
roughly,
sorry, how much?
how much is in the reserve now? Just approximately.
1.6 million.
Okay, so it's 1.6 million. Okay. And my last question is, I know there's been talk about life leases and then it was buying them back and not buying them back. I personally am not in favor of purchasing back life leases. That's just my personal opinion. You know, I think it's on the free market. So is anything we're doing in this document tied to having any money allocated to allow for life lease repurchasing?
The reason, of course, this initial issue with the life lease repurchasing is almost 2 years old now.
Yeah.
And it was initially predicated on the campus of care. And that if we were actually moving, right, Belvedere to Lake, and to become attached to Lakeland on the West Prairie Sound Health Center grounds, and we would then eventually sell the properties, or whatever might happen, we would have to buy back all those life lease units because we used that money to build life leases in the first place. At some point in our future, municipalities are going to have to buy those back if they want to do anything with their property. And so that was one of the items. The other one is if they couldn't sell them on the open market, what do they do? Are they stuck with it, or do we help them out? And that was so we thought from a perspective of taking care of the people or their families, that just leaving it on the market forever, they'd be stuck with a unit that they can't use. We thought it was appropriate that we would have a safety valve to buy it back if there is nobody on the open market willing to buy it. And we've had that problem, as we mentioned in previous discussions we've had over the last year or two, is that so for most of the time we have nobody interested. We happen to have people right now interested in buying a unit, but that's just new. And maybe it's back again. But what we've experienced is there are 4 people on the wait list for rent, nobody on the wait list to buy. And now we have, say, 4 people on the wait list to rent and 1 or 2 people who are also willing to consider buying if they had to, if they couldn't rent. So, I mean, it does change obviously over time, but we just wanted that safety valve to be able to take care of these people because, because you were, if you've been concerned and McKellar's been concerned about treating these people fairly, and we didn't want to leave them in the lurch if in fact there was no one available to buy. And so we thought that was the right thing to do to take care of the people. But anyway, that was our opinion.
Okay, thanks, Don. So just in summary on that last part, just to make sure. So in this agreement that's in front of us today is some money for funding to buy life leases back, correct?
That's correct. So it was the total, if we had to buy them all back, which I'm sure, we talked about doing it over time, we wouldn't have to do it immediately. And we're not even talking immediately. We're talking about 1 or 2 per year. So this is like a 9-year process to buy them back, at least. And that was about $4.2 million in total. And that's the guarantee, the TD Bank guarantee that you got from James Walsh. Right. And so there's a resolution, of course, that you would pass to confirm to do that. And then there is that guarantee for the TD line of credit. So that's the issue that you're talking about, Councillor.
Yeah. So perfect, Don. As for the TD line of credit and expanding beds, that part is easy for me. I think expanding a facility in government, funding it over some years, but us needing to upfront it, I understand that. But as for asking for 4.2 million to buy back life leases, unfortunately, I can't support that. Just so that you're aware, because I would feel if it is an open market, and I think you said there's some people that want to rent, well, I would hope that the people that are wanting to sell would actually be able to rent to people looking to rent, right? So there is a way to do that. But unfortunately, I just don't feel that it's appropriate to spend money to purchase back life lease units that are in an open market. That's my personal opinion as a councillor. But for the loan, I totally understand that part. And I think expanding beds is a good thing for the overall community if done well and in a transparent and open way. So thanks, Don.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. The only, like I said, the only thing about the line of credit is if we don't need it, we don't use it. I mean, unfortunately, it's sort of on the books as if it's there, but I mean, we agree, if we can sell it on the open market, we will. It was just a question of if we didn't have the cash and reserves and, we're gonna have a lot of pressures now, right? Because we also, now that we're staying open for 25 years, it's not like we're closing anymore. We also have to fix up the old building. We had the Roth Irons report that was approximately $3 million in terms of potential repairs over the next 10, 15 years, like the roof, for example, I mentioned, and carpets and foundation work and stuff like that. And so we have that we have to consider, as well as like the new build itself that you just mentioned, and then potentially the life lease. So as you know, lines of credits are just there in a sense. We're hoping we're never going to use most of that, but it is a request to you, and I
Yeah, no,
understand your position.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don. A split resolution I felt would have been easier than having to make a decision on both items, right? So anyways, thank you.
I think
Thank
they
you.
are split, right? So, but anyway,
Yeah.
that's, I'm sorry, go ahead. Next question, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Nash. Other questions from councillor? Hearing none, I have a couple. Let me understand the retirement home business. So we roughly own 6% of Belvedere Heights, but those beds are not allocated to West Perry Sound people, are they? So if I'm in Barrie and my mother is wanting to go into a retirement home and the first opening is in Belvedere Heights, that resident from Barrie may end up in Belvedere Heights. Is that, it's a theoretical, but that's possible, is it not, Don?
Absolutely. When you built the home, you controlled it. And I can't remember how many years ago that's now. It's probably 20 years since we've had central placement. And so the way that works now, as any of us who've been through it, is you pick 5 homes, up to 5 homes that you want to place your loved ones in, and it can be anywhere in the province. And you're on the wait list, and the time, your severity, like your category, what category you are in terms of priority admission, and how long you'd be on the wait list drives the placement decision. And you're absolutely right. If someone in Barrie had 5 years ago put their name up for Belvedere and it comes up, or Lakeland, they would get the next available bed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so the total loan amount is it, I've got different figures here. Is it 10 million or is it 13 million or what are we signing for?
Actually, the Carling, McDougall, and Seguin will have the guarantee. They're the ones that are actually on the hook for the guarantee for the loan agreement, and that's the construction loan that will be in place until the fall of 2026. So all you're actually doing is agreeing that Belvedere Heights can enter into an agreement with those 3 well, the one that your motion is probably only Carling, right? But so basically, theoretically speaking, if our board enters into any loan agreement, the owners must acknowledge that, right? So in a resolution. So that's basically what we're asking you to do, is that you're acknowledging that we will fund that, those, out of the project funds, we have allocated, the construction interest is in that total, $13.5 million expenditures. And then net of all the revenues from the ministry and your 700,000, it's down to the, $10.5 million range. Right? So that's the, like the total and the net amount. So that net amount of the 10.7, if you include the contingency, would be the maximum construction loan over that 2 years. And which is covered by those three of the owners, not all of them. And then, a year and a half from now, we'll be back to you to talk about the debenture, the 25-year support from all the municipalities for the 25-year debenture, when we actually convert that construction loan, whatever that amount is, into the final 25-year debenture. Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure. I get so many figures here.
Yeah, I understand. It's kind of
That
complicated.
It's very confusing, Don, and I don't know exactly, I'm still not clear in my mind exactly what they are. I share Councillor Nash's opinion on the life leases. And as you know, I was the one wanting fairness to the life lease people when you were looking for a campus of care. And technically, you kind of pulled the fair market value of those places out from underneath them because the place was going to close, right? So how do you sell a place? But now that is not going to occur, you're not going to have a campus of care. The people entered into a contract 2, 3, 5, 6 years ago, and they could sell their place and on the fair market, right? So I don't feel that we, as a municipality or as an owner, should be buying back these life leases. They entered into a contract, and the fair market or the marketplace should determine, the price, right? And I don't see the logic of buying back the life leases now, given the change, right? So how much of this, whatever we're guaranteeing, is it 4.2 million of it is to buy back life leases? Is that correct? Is that what I
That's
heard?
correct. That if we had to buy back all 17, the maximum it would be the 4.2 million. And if we
Okay,
don't have,
so-
and if we don't have to buy any of them back or any time soon, we would never draw on that line of credit.
So if we were taking what you're asking for and take the 4.2 million out, if council felt that they didn't want to get involved in the buying back of life leases, how much are you asking for us to back? What does that figure come down to?
In backing,
Well, let's say council agrees with, I think, Councillor Knapp and myself, that we shouldn't be buying back life leases. How does that change what we're funding is my question.
well, that's that component, all you're saying is no to the life lease purchase. That's totally
Right.
separate from the new build or guaranteeing, like say guaranteeing, your approval that we can enter into a loan agreement with Carling, McDougall or Seguin. That's separate, has nothing to do with life lease. Returning the $700,000 has nothing to do with that. And then ultimately, when we come back to you about the debenture, has nothing to do with life lease. So they're all separate items. And the question, the question becomes, what's fair to the owners if some owners sign in with, and some don't, right? And so the only two that haven't signed in yet is McKellar and Whitestone in terms of the 4.275 million. Interesting. Merck Monteith was the first to do everything. So our smallest.
But again, I don't know, maybe others on council understand it. I'm trying to say, what do we do if we don't want to fund the 4.275 million for the buyback of life leases? What do we do? Like you say,
Well,
except McKellar.
We've got a couple options.
McKellar has said no, or they just haven't dealt with it yet?
No, they said no.
They said no. So they agreed that they did not want to get back. What did they say no to? What did McKellar say no to?
What they really wanted was us to reduce. They didn't want to have the 4 million, their share of the $4 million on their, basically on their freedom, their information return, right? In terms of, they've got the pool debenture, we've got other debentures, and if we're looking at the longer term debenture, they wanted the total debt share down. They probably would accept a, say, $2.5 million rather than a $4 million, $4.2 million. We're not sure about that, but that's conversation that we're having with McKellar. in terms of if the amount was reduced, would they be okay? We think so. Because initially that's what they said. What if we could make it 2 million to start and then come back if you needed more? So it was really a question of their total debt servicing potential, even though there's no risk here. But of course, if it's on your books in terms of your ability to get, up to your 25% borrowing capacity, right? In terms of the, sorry, not borrowing capacity, but payment capacity. In
And did
terms of the-
McKellar pay fine to their share of, like ours is 42,000? I'd just like to point out, Chris, I was on council when this money was returned to us in 2021. It's kind of confusing because what was returned to us was an operating surplus. And now you're trying to turn it into, say, well, first of all, saying, well, most communities put that into a reserve. We did not put that into a reserve. It was given to us, and we used it in the budget that year. So we don't have $42,000 sitting in a reserve somewhere that we can just return to you. But
Right.
you're not confusing capital and operating.
Well, it's very loosey-goosey in the Long-Term Care Act.
Operating and the other one's capital.
Yeah, operating reserves, under the Long-Term Care Act, operating reserves can be used for capital.
No, I didn't, I'm just trying to say, it's apples and oranges, right? The money you gave us back was because you had to, because you had an operating surplus. At the time that you gave it back, you didn't say, oh, we may need this, that would go into the levy each year, right? Your operating loss or whatever, and you would levy it, right? But we don't have 42,000, and we are looking at our budget come on February the 5th. So I guess my question also is, what's the timing of this?
Well, I mean,
Some of these things
it's flexible.
Considerations, right?
Yeah, it's flexible because it's 42,000. McKellar did have it in reserve. I was on council then, and we did put it into reserve
Okay,
in 2021, and so did all the other municipalities except you. And so
Yeah,
you're the
well,
only one that didn't do that. Fine. So I mean, you're doing your budget process. We don't need the money tomorrow. So you can take what's reasonable time for you that you're comfortable with because of your budget process. That's fine.
So my last question is, if you levy any community, do you have to levy all communities? Or can you just levy one community?
We're not sure about that. And that is one of the, in other words, it's a very good question. We talked about that at the board meeting yesterday, that if 5 municipalities, let's take the TD line of credit, for example. If 5 municipalities sign up and 2 don't, can we levy the 2 that don't when we buy a life lease unit for their share of that particular life lease unit? And we're probably going to have to get a legal opinion on that. Because we're not sure that, generally speaking, the levy is supposed to be, the language is very unclear in the act. So it's very difficult to interpret it, but it speaks to the proportion. It doesn't talk about anything other than the proportion of your share of the total, that's all.
Okay, any other questions of Don?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm still trying to get down to the question of what we do next when we come out of committee of the whole. I'm looking at the motions that is here, and the only thing we have is a motion to receive for information
That's true.
the guarantee agreement. So, and I, you asked, the last question that you asked, Dawn, was the one that I was going to ask, which is, rather than us having to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what the rest of that motion should be, maybe we can defer it to another meeting to get it straight, although I don't want to see a repeat of this entire discussion in another meeting. But the problem is I don't know what we could do today other than receive it, unless we can get absolutely straight in our minds what the options are. And I noticed that, I mean, there's a reference in here to the Carling thing, which to support of the Carling resolution, which I thought was a dead issue, but is there a rewording for that? This is a question for Dawn. Is there a rewording for that? What it is exactly that we're being asked to do, or I mean, how do we get to action items on this? How and when?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't check to see what the resolutions later on in your agenda, but yeah, that sample resolution was supporting Belvedere entering a loan with Carling. I mean, ultimately, we could leave that as is, or you could amend it to include Seguin and McDougall. I mean, so because Carling will hold 50% of the of the construction loan, and McDougall and Seguin are going to share 25%. You did get a letter in correspondence way back from Seguin, who weren't in favor of this, and of course that has now subsequently been changed. That now they're part of the solution. The issue was all around the pool. This is all tied to the pool discussion, right? In terms of
Yeah.
Carling's share, and so that's all been resolved. So the pool issue is resolved. The Belvedere issue has now been resolved. And because we have that sharing, that Carling is now only on the hook for 50% of the 10.7 million, not all of it. And it's being shared, as I said, between the three owner municipalities.
So, but do you need the what do you need to get in? What do you need and by when in order to get on with the construction of the 22 beds? What?
Well, yeah, we're okay. We're okay for now. Like, to answer, I guess the direct answer to your question, we don't need anything today if you're not comfortable today. Right. And, although, like I said, the TD Bank wanted to wrap up the line of credit by the end of January. And so that was the, that was one of the pressing matters in terms of which municipalities would agree to the 4.275 million. The letter, the motion saying that you acknowledge that Belvedere will enter into an agreement with the three owners so that we will fund those IO payments from our reserves and from our the money we get from the ministry, right? Because we get the planning grant, we get development grant, we get the $3 million up front. So we got all that cash. And of course, we'd have this large part of the 700,000 that we just talked about up front. We've already got, I think, 4 of the municipalities have returned their money already. So we've probably got about 400,000 of that at the moment, and or maybe more. And so that will take care of that. So there was nothing really urgent other than the line of credit for life lease.
Okay, so of the, and again, we throw around figures here that I think confuse us. But anyway, the 10.7 million that the 3 municipalities have guaranteed, that's just for the construction? Or is it construction and inside that 10.7 million are the buyback of life leases?
Just construction.
So the 10.7, that the 3 of them, you've got that cemented in. One's got 50%, the other 2 have 25%. So you can get on with the construction. And what you're asking us to do is to sort of back 6% of that 100% or that 10.7 million. Is that correct? Roughly?
No, all you're doing is agreeing that Belvedere Heights can fund those loans. That's essentially, we're entering into a loan agreement with those 3 municipalities technically, and under the Long-Term Care Act, you have to agree that Belvedere Heights can do that.
I see. So it's got nothing to do with life leases.
Nothing to do with life lease, and it has no
Perfect. Okay.
financial implication
The
to you at
second
all.
thing of the return of the 42 million or 42,000 would have to be put into our budget discussions, which are February the 5th. So in answer to the mayor, I think that's where we would put it in the budget, and that we have no idea at this point what the increases are, et cetera, et cetera. So I would suggest that we can't. So I'm agreeing with the mayor that I think we should defer this matter, right? So, and deal with it either at the budget or at our next council meeting in February.
Yeah, we expected that with the
Now and then we
discussions, that your 42,000 would be delayed into this year.
Yeah,
So,
because the budget item.
yes, yeah, we understood that.
Yeah, so we
Mr.
may
Chair.
well say, great, send the 42,000, but we can't do that as part of our budget. And we haven't discussed our budget yet.
Thank you.
We're, most people have done it, and one thing we've got to fix, but February 5th is our budget meeting, our first ones. Okay, any other questions?
Well, so, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite finished if you don't mind.
sorry. Okay.
I'm just wondering if, what I would like to do today, if we can, is, and I, as I said before, I did not realize until just a moment ago that in fact, this issue about who was going to underwrite the construction loan had been resolved. But if it is, and we could get straight a motion to support that, then I would like to move it when we come out of closed, but come out of committee of the whole, but I'm not sure what, if like, I don't see anywhere a proper wording for the motion to, it says resolution of support, but is it, can we get some wording for that, Dawn? Because I think, I think we can go ahead and support the construction without.
Yeah, I thought I provided that. I can see if I can find it and send it to you.
Yeah, we have it done.
Oh, do you?
Resolution here, it's quite long. I mean, it's, whereas.
Oh, yeah, the usual, yeah.
Yeah, so,
But it's not in today's package, is it?
It's on page 40.
it's on page 42 of 229. Okay. I'm gonna suggest we move on for now, and then when we come out of committee of the whole, we can discuss, what we want to do, and resolve them.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Any other questions from council? Okay, good. Thank you, Don, for coming.
Well, thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate your questions. Thanks a lot.
Okay, bye now. Okay, next on our agenda. Planning matters, and we have 5.2. We have the Merritt, Gary Merritt, Sean Hall matter. So if I could get, or Patrick, this is a planning board matter. Perhaps I can punt it over to you, Patrick. Christie, you're on the line.
I am. Good morning, Deputy Mayor, Mayor and Council. This application is for a right-of-way over the non-municipally maintained portion of Amberak Trail owned by Sean Hall and the road over the Merritt lands for private road access to 11 water access lots on Wawashkash Lake. Thank you.
That's short and sweet. So anyway, this has been a long outstanding matter. It goes back, actually, it's one of the first matters I ever dealt with was Amberak Trail 18 years ago when I got on council. So the beat goes on. But anyway, questions of Patrick by council, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Yes, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you. So Patrick, just a couple quick questions. So what I understand is basically, just for anybody else on the line, is basically in this application, there is several water access lots, and in reality, they've been using Amberak Trail Road for a number of years. And what they're now wanting to do is just formally say, instead of water access lots, using a different location to access their property from water, when in fact they've been using Amarak Trail, they're asking for on title that this easement be granted. And this is something that they've been using for a number of years. Is that true in very simple terms, what I'm summarizing?
That is correct, Councillor Nash. There have been water access users using the Amarak Trail and the Merritt Road to access their properties and paying for that access, but this approval will put that right away on title to their properties. Or at least give the option for that to be done.
Yeah, perfect. And then my next question to that is, I know as part of the original plan of subdivision done a number of decades ago, that it showed that up to 22 lots could have been created as part of this Merritt subdivision. But what we're doing right now has nothing to do with increasing the number of lots. It's just for an easement, correct?
Okay. That is correct. There's no new lot creation, just simply the ability to grant a right of way over these lands to the water access lots.
Right. And then two more questions. The landowner that would be granting the easements, if I understand correct, looking and reading through my documents here, is it the Halls that would be granting this easement to these new lots? Is that correct?
The first portion from Wawashkash Trail over Amarak, sorry, that's not true. The non-municipally maintained portion from the end of the non-municipally maintained Amarak Trail portion to the Merritt lands is owned by Sean Hall, and then the road over the Merritt lands, of course, owned by Gary Merritt.
Okay, perfect. That's what I just wanted to make sure. So legally, the owners that own the land that are giving the right of way over are in support of this because this application is for. That's where I was coming from. And obviously, the Merritts and the Halls can be contacted or reached for. I know as part of a road grant, each year you need the owners of the easements to grant approval for a road grant to be applied. So what I see here is saying that both the Halls and the Merritts can be reached out to, nothing to do with this, but for a road grant approval in the future. Now, I know there was some talk about the road grants in some correspondence, and I just wanted to state my.
I think we lost him. He must have run out of power or something.
Nope, I muted myself. Sorry about that.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
mean to. I'm not sure when I drifted off there. What was the last thing?
You said you had one thing that you wanted to talk about. Did it have to do with the road grant or something?
Yes, okay, so I'm not sure where I got cut off there. It was just to say that I understand that the Halls and the Merritts are contactable. And I know as part of a road grant application that comes in for any road in our municipality, it's the owners of the road that must give approval for a road grant application. So going forward, I would hope for Amarak Trail that we have the owners of the roads approval when processing further road grant applications. And where I was just going to go in closing is that when it comes to private roads, you know, it's obvious that the owner of the road, be it the Halls or the Merritts, are giving permission for this easement to be done. We as a municipality don't take in, we have nothing to do with who pays for road improvements, what those road improvements might be, who's part of those road improvements. That's all to do with private landowners, private individuals, nothing to do with the municipality. How well neighbors can get along with each other, that's all outside of our realm. What we're here today is to simply say, do we grant an easement or do we support to the planning board, granting of an easement when owners of that easement are okay with granting it to somebody else. So in all of that, I will be supporting this, because I don't think we have anything to do with contributions to private roads and such like that. So anyways, that's my take, and thank you for answering my questions, Patrick, on this matter.
Thanks, Councillor Nash. Any other questions from council?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And it's not so much, it's not so much a question, it's it's a comment. And again, it's I guess it really addresses the recommendation at the end of Patrick's report, which is simply to support it with 911 addressing and planning board fees. The last time around this matter was before the council, we had a requirement, and the planning board had the requirement, but the municipality supported it, that there be a requirement as a condition for all of the users of the road to agree to support the costs of maintaining the road. And the reason for that is that what is happening is what would happen as a result of this is that there are a significant number of additional users. I forget what the exact number is in here, but of the road who have a right to use it, and who have, although I understand that some of them have been supporting the sort of there's a voluntary group of users in the Longhorn subdivision that do collect maintenance fees because they are responsible for maintaining the road. Otherwise, they would not be able to use it in the wintertime and that sort of thing. And by the way, I would point out that the portion of the road that goes over the Merritt lands is not usable in the wintertime and would never be usable in the wintertime. It's also questionable. If you've been on it, you'll know that it's questionable whether or not it could be used for 911 purposes as is suggested in Patrick's memo, but at any time of year, frankly. There's a giant hill in there that you would probably not want to try and take the fire truck down. But in any case, putting that aside, that condition that there be a road association put together where everybody who would be a beneficiary to this agreement would agree that they would share in the maintaining of the road. That was there previously, and I think it should be there again, just to make sure that you don't have people who are not contributing. And there is so that's my first concern about this, the way it is. And please understand, I am
ask something. When you say contributing to the road, you're talking Amarak Trail. That's privately
I'm
owned.
talking about yes, contributing to the maintenance of the lower portion of Amarak Trail that is not municipally maintained, right?
Okay, yeah, you're not talking about the road or the access road that we're granting.
Well, no. What this is doing is this is giving people in.
I realize what it's
in the
doing.
Merritt
clarify the
subdivision,
road.
I'll call it. It's giving them right in title to the, and I'm not opposed to that. Please understand me. That's not my issue. I agree that it's in the municipality's interest. But the other issue is an issue which some of you may have seen was raised by the Cottagers Association, and it is a legitimate issue because you may recall from past discussions about this, that originally the the intent of when the Amarak Trail was created, the requirement for approval of the that plan of subdivision, and that predates the municipality, by the way, was that the whole length of the road down to where it splits, into down below Mackerel Point, that would be brought up to a standard where it could be maintained by the municipality. And in an OMB hearing, that requirement got waived in exchange for a reduction in the number of lots that were to be serviced by the road. So they said, okay, fine, you can you can make it only a 2-lane non-municipally assumed road for the majority of it, because the number of lots was reduced. So now what is happening, if we approve this, is that we're in fact increasing the number of lots that are serviced by the road. And I believe there is a risk that if there isn't some condition put on this, that the folks could then go back to the court and say, the municipality has now increased the number of lots that are serviced by the unmaintained portion of Amarak Trail, and therefore the municipality now has to bring it up to MTO standards and assume it. So I would not want to do this without some legal review that assures us that we're not picking up all as an unintended consequence of this, that we're not picking up a legal obligation to assume the road, at least one that we don't know about.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Woods.
Thanks through you, Deputy Mayor Lim.
Did the mic, please?
I just had, the one question that I had was, if we do grant this and these lots are gonna now have road access, can we ensure that MPAC's gonna be notified for change in property? If they're all supposed to be water access to be taxed at one rate, now if they're gonna be road access to be taxed at another rate, no?
That would be staff, if, I guess that would, I think that's a fair question. That would be a staff direction that if this passes, either now or if we defer it another month or whatever, that MPAC be notified. I don't know what the process is. I would think they'd be notified anyway, but I would think these lots would go up in value, because right now they're water access, and at the end of the day, they're going to be land access, right? So that's a fair question, Councillor.
All of these lots, like, these people have been using the road anyways?
Yeah.
Right now? For about how long?
I don't know. George or Patrick, do you know how long they've been using this road, at least in the summer? Because they don't use it in the winter, right?
Oh, I'm sure some probably snowmobile, I know.
Yeah, they might.
Right?
But I'm for a number of years, I would think, eh? Does anyone know how long they've been using this access? Mr.
I
Mayor,
believe
The
I
road
believe
was,
Mr. Merritt is on the line.
yeah, Gary, I see you're on the line. Can you unmute yourself? And because I have a question also of you, if you
Okay,
there?
thank you. I think I'm online now.
Yeah, you are. Good day.
No, you had a question? Sorry. I was listening, but
How long have people been using the access road, I guess, without having access? How long's that trail or whatever you call it off of the Amarak Trail being used by people?
yeah, that's when it came from when we finally got the road constructed in. Now, I'm right off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure, but we're definitely talking 10 years plus, because we finally got a road roughed in and it stoned. And And they've been using it ever since. And it's interesting, they're using it as water access, that water access thing. We've been paying me the cost of a load of stone each to use it, the people that are driving in. There are only a few of them driving at this point. But we've been be able to fix up our part. And ever since they started driving in, we plugged into paying our share of that first part of Amarak Trail. All the people that drove in agreed to do it. So it never been a problem for us. And it's a very good arrangement because they have a set fee for the first part of Amarak Trail. It comes up to the first named road that turns off just past mine. And then there's 2 more sections as you drive farther in, you pay a little higher fee, which would seem very fair.
Okay, Mr. Merritt, and you're saying that right now voluntarily, these people down, that they're paying into road maintenance now.
Yes, and that's actually true of all the people farther down Amarak Trail than us.
Yeah.
And
So
people have been very good.
it's kind of copacetic, I guess, at the current time. Is that fair comments? There's no disputes here that, if everyone's contributing to the road, it's fine, right?
Sorry, I missed a little bit of what you said.
Well, I'm just saying, I think Councillor Nash said, we should stay out of private roads. The mayor is saying we should put something in to say must, that these 11 must contribute to the road. And your comment is we are contributing to the road voluntarily now.
Yes, everybody that drives in is contributing. There are only about 5 or 6 of us that actually drive in. There's some empty lots and there's a section of road that's not been completed. So those people don't just have an empty lot and do not
So
use it.
they don't pay at this point.
Well, they haven't got a building, they haven't got anything there. And in some cases, they haven't got my private road is not completed by their lots.
How many use that road for winter access? No one?
No, and there's a very large hill that you have to go down and through a little ravine on my
Yeah.
part of the road. You could get down in the winter, but you'll never get back up. So it's
If
really
they
not
went in, they go
possible.
in by snowmobile.
Well, even a snowmobile, we have my people that use my road sign a yearly agreement that they agree that they're not going to use the road in the winter.
Okay, thank you.
And
Okay, any other questions of,
if I could through you, Mr. Chair, I do have one follow-up question.
yes, Councillor Nash?
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to thank Councillor Woods for bringing up that question on the MPAC, because I did have a similar question. But I think in the past, I think in the past, when it's come to lot creation, which we're not doing today, I've never seen in the past that we make it a requirement that we enter into an agreement and the municipality oversees it. I know a few years ago there was a Red Gate Lane that was done and there was easements put on that, and I don't recall us ever having a requirement that required property owners to all sign an agreement and saying, what the mayor is suggesting. But with that said, as part of, I'm looking at the hearing from back in 1999, Mr. Merritt, and I noticed on it, it said that that a legal easement be included in favor of each of the 22 lots to provide access having a minimum width of 20 meters and 6 meters respectively, as indicated on the revised draft plan as block 23. Am I to understand that what you're doing here is part of that? Like you're giving access to some of those 22 lots now? Am I?
No, the 22 lots should all be the ones further down Amarak Trail.
Okay.
It's,
That's where I just wasn't sure if this was part of it or in addition. So this is in addition to it. This is before you get to the 22 lots, correct?
that is
Okay.
correct.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the lay of the land correctly. So a lot of what was done in this agreement back in 1999 has nothing to do with these lots whatsoever, correct?
That's correct. And My
Okay.
Little Road was not in existence yet at that point.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for answering the couple questions I had.
You're quite
Okay.
welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? If not, I'm going to entertain that we reconvene to regular council and we discuss these two matters and make a decision which way we're going to go. Yeah, we can have a break. Maybe after we deal with these two matters, we'll have a break, yes? It'll probably be lunchtime anyway. Anyway, okay, I need a mover and seconder that the council of the municipality reconvenes into regular council at 11:32 a.m. And a mover and a seconder. Councillor Woods moves, seconder.
I can second, Councilor.
Councillor Nash seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Mayor
Council-
Commerce in favor.
Councilor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's carried. And the next motion is to deal with Belvedere Heights. 5.1 Belvedere Heights matters. I need mover and seconder. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the guarantee agreement as co-owner of the district of Perry Sound West Home for the Aged with the Toronto Dominion Bank, the proposed resolution of support from Belvedere Heights Board of Management, and the request from Pam Wing for the return of funds. I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves.
I can second, Councilor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. Okay, discussion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes,
Yeah, so I would like to see if I could suggest that this item in its fullest come back. I'm not hearing really too much split decision on it, but I think it would be fair if it came back to the next meeting. From what Mr. Carmichael said, it's not time sensitive, but I would like to see it come back in February. And what I would like to see would be kind of three motions for it. One motion on if we're gonna give money to pay back the 42,000. A second motion would be on agreeing in principle to the 10.7 funding, which has nothing to do with the 4.2 million for life leases. And the third motion would be on the 4.2 million line of credit, which involves purchasing of life leases. And I think if we broke it into those three things, council can make an informed decision at the next meeting on those three items. So that's what I'd like to see if possible.
okay, other comments from staff or from council? Hearing none, I agree with you, Councillor Nash. I'd also like to have staff at least inquire to McKellar as to what their concerns were and what they passed or didn't pass. I would add that to kind of a staff direction, but I agree that I think we know more as a result of Dawn coming today. Lots of figures in here that can be confusing, I guess. So, but anyway, yeah, I agree. It can come back to the next meeting, maybe with a small staff report saying here's breaking it down to simpler terms, I guess. And so I would agree with that. So I guess what we would do is receive this for information and vote on this, and then we'll simply it'll be a staff direction to bring it back in February. Is that okay with everyone? And seeing nods in the room here. Okay, so we'll vote on this motion. All those in favor?
Mayor Commerce in favor, yes.
Councillor Nash in favor to defer.
Okay, thank you. Well, no, we're passing this one to receive it for
Oh.
information.
Councillor Nash in favor, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So the next motion is to deal with the merit matter. I'll read the motion and ask for a mover and seconder, please. Planning matters, 5.2.1 consent application B43/2024 W. Merritt, Gary / Hall, Sean, 1346107 Ontario, Inc. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Perry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B43/2024 W. Merritt, Gary / Hall, Sean, 1346107 Ontario, Inc., and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. Number one, that the lots receive a new 911 addressing from the municipality. Number two, that all applicable planning fees be paid to the Perry Sound Area Planning Board. And three, that the payment of all municipal planning consulting fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. I need a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Woods moves. Seconder. No one seconding? Councillor Bray seconds. Okay, discussion. And no discussion? Okay, I'll call the question then.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Oh, Mayor Conlon.
I not to repeat everything that I said previously, but I cannot support this motion without us first determining by getting a legal opinion as to whether or not we are by approving this, we are opening up ourselves to a potential liability to end up having to resume the to assume the lower portion of Amarak Trail. Councillor Nash in his previous comments made reference to that agreement, which was in 1999, before the municipality existed. The OMB actually altered the terms of that. Okay, and some people contacted me and asked me if I had a copy of the OMB resolution, and I don't, but I know that John Jackson had it, so I'm assuming that it is in the office where Patrick would have access to it, and you might want
We
to.
have it in front of us here, Mayor Conlon. If this is the one, you should have received it by email, but anyway. We have
Okay,
it
when would that have been?
this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, but we have it. I guess I'm not on film here.
Okay.
We have it in front of.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I didn't see it come in, but in any case, anyway, that's regardless. That's what my concern is, and that's the only, I mean, I just don't want us to get this unintended have an unintended consequence that we're not expecting. And I'm surprised that you would too, that you would want that to happen, or want to preclude it from not want to preclude it from happening.
I guess my comment is, like you had said, oh, everyone should pay into the road maintenance, right? I would think if we'd gone down that route, we'd be in more trouble because we're getting into private road matters that we've, as Councilor Nash said, I don't recall that we ever have. We've never said, oh, you must pay into the road, that I can remember anyway. I may be wrong, but I'd like an example if there is one.
Well,
Or we
yeah,
did. And my comment is, I think we would be, kind of, more at risk if we did that. But in terms of a legal review, that won't be a cheap matter. Because there's, obviously a long history here in OMB and a bunch of others. I don't share your opinion that we're getting ourselves into trouble. But, I guess council will have to decide that. But as I say, it won't be a cheap legal, not a 15-minute research thing. This is hours of going back to years and years and looking at everything and reviewing things and whatever. But anyway, those are just my comments.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might, Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things and just wrapping up in just the recent conversation there. Yeah, what I was referring to was the OMB hearing when I was reading from it earlier. And that is one of the reasons why I had asked the applicant, are these lots connected in any way to the 22 lots of the Longhorn subdivision? And the answer to that was no. That was one of the reasons I said that. But in their decision, just so the rest of council knows, it says that the zoning order shall restrict development on lots 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and part of 27, concession 5, in brackets, the additional lands owned by the applicant, and shown on the insert map, to one single-family seasonal residence use on each conveyable lot to a potential maximum of 3 lots. So there's no restriction here in what they're doing to do with the OMB. They're just doing an easement. It has nothing to do with in here. Back in the day, in order to get approval here, the Washkesh Lake Association had to provide a letter of approval. And it said that prior to the final approval, the approval authority is to be advised in writing by the Lake Washkesh Conservation Association how conditions, and it lists a whole bunch have been satisfied. And then it says in the hearing that they were satisfied that all the conditions have been met. So I don't know what we're talking about trying to get into here. These lots have nothing to do with the hearing. If somebody wants to spend money and try and do a legal opinion, I think it's foolish. Myself, because I don't think one's tied to the other. That's just my personal opinion. So I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
So I guess.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I need to respond to that.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
The portion that Councillor Nash just read, those lots that are being referred to there are the Hall lands. Those lot numbers are geographic lot numbers in Mackenzie Township. And they are precisely the lands that are being covered by this resolution. And yes, I didn't see the document before he read it, but now I understand. So I think you're misunderstanding what that says. It says you can't expand the number of lots that are serviced by the lower portion of Amarak Trail. That was the OMB's ruling, and that was what the basis of the Wawashkesh Conservation Association's opposition to this was. That was granted. And of course, at that point in time, they did agree that the conditions had been met. I remember that, but they weren't, there were no other lots being serviced anywhere. There was nothing being built. Now what is happening is the road is being expanded to service additional lots. And that's what my concern is about. And I do want to remind everybody, if you go back and look at the last time this same sort of thing was proposed, a consent application was in fact approved by the planning board and by and it was when I was on council, so it would have been probably around 2016 or something like that. I can find it for you if you want, but probably not quickly. But in any case, that condition was put there by the planning board, and John Jackson was aware of it and did it for a reason. And the condition had to do with getting agreement of all the parties to maintain the road. And that condition was never satisfied, and so the application lapsed, and the consents actually lapsed. So there is a precedent for us asking for this, number one. Number two, Councillor Nash made reference to Redgate Lane, and the difference in Redgate Lane is that the property owners that are serviced by Redgate Lane own the section of the road. So that's a very different thing. They are legally part of a corporation that owns a road, and they have obligations to maintain it and abide by rules and do other things. Okay, so that's not not a question of saying there's no precedent for this. That is a very legally constructed and constrained arrangement. There's no legal, other than the fact that people would have rights to use the road. There's nothing that would obligate them to maintain it. No legal obligation.
Mr. Chair, am I able to speak at this point in the meeting?
Yes, you are, Patrick. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that I've seen in other cases where, in the case of private roads, if a user is not contributing to the road, they can be taken to small claims court. And I'm afraid that if the municipality were to impose a condition that would force someone to do something, they would have to enforce that themselves.
Yeah, I think that's the point. I mean, there's all kinds of private roads, and there are all kinds of issues on those private roads within our municipality of people who contribute or don't contribute. And some of them lien people when they sell their place. There's all kinds of different types of situations. So, but we've never got ourselves into, not forget about Wawaskesh and Amarak Trail. There's all kinds of either lot creations or whatever on private roads where we've never had this stipulation, dozens and dozens. So, but I don't know that the mayor is arguing that right now. I think he's arguing more about the legal opinion, so that we're not getting ourselves into a bind. I guess is what I read. Councillor Woods.
Thanks through you, Deputy Mayor Levin. So this was the paperwork that we got this morning with the email. It was an OMB decision. So today would be the OLT that something like this would go to, correct?
Yeah.
So I have a question. Pretty sure I know the answer. I just want to get it on record. Could the Lake Association appeal a decision at the OLT?
So if this passed, Patrick, at the planning board, because we're just supplying input to the planning board, if it passed, to the Lake Association appeal, I guess is Councillor Woods' question.
I don't believe so, no.
You can't? Okay, that's surprising. Okay. Any other questions? So to deal with your situation or your proposal, Mayor Comrie, is you want to defer this matter until we get a legal opinion. So I don't know whether that's a separate resolution that we should deal with and then go back to this one or not, how that plays out. So I need advice on that. Would we just have a separate resolution? Or would we just put at the end, and this matter be deferred for a legal opinion and then vote on the amendment?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay, so just right in there. And this and this matter be deferred pending a legal opinion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, would that, if I might, would that part that was just added be an amendment to it so we can vote on the original matter? If not, we're voting on it
What we
only.
would do, Councillor Nash, is we would vote on this amendment. And then if it passes, then the whole thing passes and we get a legal opinion. But if it's not successful, then we would go back to the original one without the amendment in.
Okay, so. Okay, I just
Okay,
want
so-
to make, so if I'm understanding this correct, Mr. Chair, what we're gonna propose on the first motion is the way it's been said, plus adding in, it must get through a legal opinion. If that is voted
We're
down,
going to add, and this matter be deferred for a legal opinion.
and then if that gets voted down, we'll vote on the original motion?
That would be correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood it correct.
Okay, is there any other comment?
I'll move the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mayor Conry will move the amendment. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Bray seconds it. Okay, so we're now voting on the amendment. It simply has the whole resolution in it with the added, and the amendment is, and this matter be deferred for legal opinion. We have a mover and a seconder. Let me write this down here. Mayor Comrie. And
I found this on the web.
oh, that's my watch going on. Mover, seconder. Okay. I'll call the question on the amendment.
Sorry, just before you do, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is a recorded vote because it's a planning matter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So this is a recorded vote. So, yea or nay on the amendment?
Councillor Wood, yes, Councillor Wood,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
No,
and Deputy Mayor Lamb.
No.
So the amendment is therefore defeated.
Defeated, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Woods and seconded by Councillor Bray. And we're going to have a recorded vote on this, so go ahead.
Bear with me just one moment before I get my numbers in order. Mayor Comrie,
No.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
yes,
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's carried. Well, I think you've done what you need. Okay. Okay, so it's 5-12. We finished, I think, all the committee of the whole stuff. So the next thing that we won't get into is will be a public meeting, number 6, that we'll get into after we take a break for lunch. So it's 5-12. Maybe we reconvene at what, 20 after 12? Is that okay with everyone, or you want a little longer? 20 after 12, we'll reconvene. Thank you very much. Okay, we're back and welcome everyone. I forgot this morning, I see on the call, when I was introducing staff, I also see on the Zoom call, our fire chief, Bob Whitman, is on there, so I'd like to introduce Bob too, so I recognize him. The next thing on our agenda is a public meeting. And I think I have a motion to adjourn into the public meeting, so I need a mover and seconder the council of the municipality of Whitestone move into a public meeting at 12:25 PM. Need a mover and second. Councillor Woods moves. Seconder,
I can second Counselor Nash.
and Councillor Nash seconds. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Hear from the mayor, Councillor Nash, but the other three have agreed, so it's carried in. Okay, now we're in the public meeting, so, again, I'd like to introduce, council and staff. Well, just hold on, do we have to, we've adjourned to a public meeting? Yeah, so we're fine to go.
Yeah.
Anyway, again, council that is here in the room, Councillor Woods and Councillor Bray, myself, Councillor Lamb. On Zoom is, Mayor Comrie and Councillor Nash. In the room, in terms of staff, we have our CAO, Nigel Black, and our clerk, or our deputy clerk, Wendy Schrouder. And on Zoom, we have our fire chief, Bob Whitman. And those are the introductions that I need to make. The meeting protocol is that any comments be addressed through myself, the chair, and people making any comments should state their name before speaking. Okay, the notice, the chairman will, I'll ask the clerk how the notice was delivered.
For you, Mr. Chair, the notice was posted on the municipal website and also on public bulletin board at the municipal office on December 5th, 2024. It was posted on the property and posted with Metroland online newspaper on December 10th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Was there any correspondence received on this matter?
There was no correspondence received on this matter.
Thank you. So we're discussing Ewan, John, and Inga. It's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment to rezone part of lots 27 and 28 concession 4, being parts 1, 2, 3, and 4 on plan 42R-22530 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, now in the municipality of Whitestone, being a part of PIN numbers 52250-0207 and 52250-0208 from the Waterfront Residential 2-Limited Service WF2-LS zone, Waterfront Residential 2 Limited Services WF2-LS exception zone. There's a memorandum from Paula Macri, our planning assistant, dated January the 9th, 2025. And the applicant, if they're on the line, can speak if they wish to. Is the applicant on the line? I don't see anyone. I don't think so. If so, you can unmute yourself and talk, but I don't think there is anyone. And also, if there's any questions or comments from the public, they can also unmute themselves and ask. So, is anyone going to speak to this? Like, I don't see Paul. Oh, Paul is on the line. Paula, do you have anything to say on this?
For you, Mr. Mayor, this is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment to fulfill a condition of consent approved by the Perry Sound Area Planning Board, which granted 2 lot additions to existing lots. So this proposal, the severance reduced 3 lots to 2 lots fronting on Wabash Cache. This amendment will recognize the lot frontages of 85 meters and 73 meters. The current bylaw requirement was for 100 meters of frontage.
Any comments or questions from council?
If I could through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Paula, thanks for the report. I just wanted to recognize something that I've mentioned on several staff reports in the past and noticed that it's different in this staff report. And it's the report date. I see that it says January 8th report date and council agenda or councilor agenda date, January 23rd. I just wanted to thank you, Paula, for doing that. I've always questioned a lot of the time why we'll have reports that are in agendas dated a certain date being the council date when they're in the agenda a week before. So I really like the way that you've done that to say this is the date the report was done and it's for council agenda date such and such. So thank you for that. I look forward to seeing that in other ones. So my question is, I noticed when I looked at the appendix here, I just wanted to make sure I fully understand here. Back several months ago, we'd approved an application under Gary Merritt. And that was when we were creating benefiting lot and the lot addition, basically taking a piece of the back lot and adding it to the benefiting lot. And I know you've used that for reference here. So can you just tie in together what that application has to do with this application? I know one was B34 was the Merritt, and this one was B33. So can you just explain in simple terms, Paula, kind of what the difference between the two are? As internally, I'm getting them confused in my mind.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. That was a wrong attachment that was attached to my report. The report that should have been attached was the John Jackson Planner Report dated October 2nd. So I do apologize. It was a wrong attachment.
No problem whatsoever, Paula. Sorry for that. I
Oh,
thought it had.
sorry
to do
about
with-
that.
I thought, no, I thought it had to do with this application. So this has nothing to do with that other application then. This is just, okay, that's what I was wondering. And this is just bringing something back for an update on where we sat on something done previously, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Paula. Sorry about that. It makes much more sense to me now. Thank you. No further questions.
Any other question? Hearing none, I will adjourn the public meeting and I need a motion to return to a regular council. So I'll ask the mover and seconder that the council of the municipality of Whitestone reconvene into a regular meeting at 12:35 p.m. Need a mover and seconder. Councilor Bray moves. Councilor Woods seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
No,
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Councillor Nash in favor, but do we need a recorded vote for this if it's a planning matter? I'm just thinking out loud.
Oh, this is just reconvening to the regular council
Oh,
meeting.
Never mind. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Councillor Nash in favor.
The next one, I think we will have. This is the one you probably, there's a recorded vote. Matters arising from the public meeting. I'll ask the mover and seconder to move the following 6.1, Edwin, John, and Inga, proposed bylaw amendment to rezone part 1 to 4 on plan 42R-225 30 from waterfront residential to limited services in brackets WF2LS zone to waterfront residential to exception numbers 7 and 8 limited service. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone received for information the memorandum from Paula Macri, planning assistant dated January 9th, 2025. Need a mover and second. Councilor Woods moves.
Councillor Nash seconds.
And Councilor Nash seconds. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question, please.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
You're muted, Jordan.
Yes.
Councilor Gray,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Motion here. Need a mover and seconder. Long one. Need a mover and seconder for the following. Whereas the council of the municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1 council and committee meeting minutes, 7.11 regular council meeting minutes of December 10th, 2024, 7.1.2 Maple Island Thrift Shop Committee draft meeting minutes of November 2022, 2024, 7.1.3 Emergency Management Program Committee draft minutes, meeting minutes of November 28th, 2024, 7.1.4 Recreation Committee meeting minutes of October 24th, 2024, 7.2 Committee and Board minutes, 7.2.1 North Bay Perry Sound District Health Unit Finance and Property Committee of the Board of Health June 26, 2024, 7.2.2 North Bay Perry Sound District Health Unit Board of Health, November 27th, 2024, 7.3 unfinished business listed on page 5 and 6 of the agenda. Now therefore let it be resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council committee minutes. 7.1 council and regular council meeting minutes. 7.1.1 regular council meeting minutes of December 10th, 2024. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information 7.1.2 Maple Island Thrift Shop Committee draft meeting minutes of November 22nd, 2024, 7.1.3 Emergency Management Program Committee draft meeting minutes of November 28th, 2024, 7.1.4 Recreation Committee meeting minutes of October 24th, 2024, 7.2 Committee and Board minutes, 7.2.1 North Bay Perry Sound District Health Board Finance and Property Committee of the Board of Health, June 26, 2024, 7.2.2 North Bay Perry Sound District Health Board Health Unit Board of Health, November 27, 2024, 7.3 unfinished business listed on page 5 and 6 of the agenda. I need a mover and a seconder, please.
I can move, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Comrie moves, Councilor Woods seconds. Any discussion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one quick comment on one of the items, if I could.
Yes.
Thank you. It's just in regards to the draft meeting minutes for December 10th. I'm just trying to flick back to it here. And all it was, I brought it up before, but now as we have several new staff at the municipality, it was just under present, and I'll leave this up to them for the next meeting. I'm not going to ask for it to be changed and brought back, but I brought up in the past under our procedural bylaw, we've stated that you can attend council meetings via in person or via Zoom, and you're present either way. And I just think, be it for present, when it says I'm using my own name, Councillor Scott Nash, via audio video conferencing, and also under guests, 13 via audio video conferencing. As I've said in the past, I don't think we need to decipher which way somebody is present as long as they are present at a meeting. It just takes extra time for staff to try and record who's attending which way. As I noticed, it says fire chief 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. in person, 1 p.m. to 3:20 via audio video conferencing. So just the next round, I'd think that again, that can be removed because your attendance is your attendance. The way you're attending is not of importance based on our procedural bylaw. That was it. Just wanted to point that out. But I'm not asking for an update on this set of minutes. Just for future.
Any other comments by council on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I disagree with that comment. I believe
Hold
it
on,
should be
Councilor Bray,
reported.
then Mayor Conroy.
Yeah, I'm fine with having, listed as to whether we're in person or, by video conferencing. I think it's important for, as you say, the public to have a good idea as to what we're doing and where we're attending from. I think it's more transparent. I think it works better for, that, we all know, and can look at it in future, and future, we can look at past minutes and be able to understand what was happening. I think also, staff attending by Zoom, I think that's just fine. I don't think there's a problem. I don't have a problem with any of this being recorded.
Mayor
Just-
Conroy.
Oh,
That
just
was
one
my
follow-
comment as
Hold
well.
on, Mayor Conroy first, and then Councilor Nash, if you want to say something back, you can. Mayor Conroy?
Not, my comment was the same as Councilor Bray's. I don't think this should be changed, and if there is an intention to change it, then I think we need to have a resolution to change it. Otherwise, we should carry on with the current practice.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Nash, if you want to respond, and then Councilor Woods. There's a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's just going back to, I totally agree that if we're going to continue doing something that is contrary, in my eyes, to our own procedural bylaw, that we should have a resolution and we should update our procedural bylaw. As I've read numerous times, I'll read it again, minutes. 3.9 of the procedural bylaw. It will be the responsibility of the clerk to maintain accurate minutes of the council meetings and to record in these minutes, A, the place, date, and time of meeting. This is page 10 of 24, our procedural bylaw. B, the names of the council members present and the number of visitors. C, the correction, amendment, and adoption of minutes. And number D, all other proceedings in sequence without note or comment. So I think it's very easy to see that a note or comment is by a video conferencing. If we just pull out again our own procedural bylaw, it says that this is not what we're supposed to be doing. I tried to talk to the old CAO about this. We all know what her thoughts on it were, and she'd do whatever she felt she wanted to do, in my eyes. So I'm asking, we have a new clerk, that we ask that we follow our own procedural bylaw, page 10 of 28, which I'm going to read again. Minutes. It will be the responsibility of the clerk to maintain accurate minutes of the council meetings and to record in these minutes, A, the place, date, and time of the meeting, B, the name of the council members present and the number of visitors, and C, the correction, amendments, and adoption of minutes, and number D, which is the most important one, all other proceedings in sequence without note or comment. And I would like to clarify that the word in person or via Zoom is a comment. What we've already said in our procedural bylaw and other spots, you can attend a meeting in many different methods. So that's what I'd like to say to that. Thank you. I think Councillor Wood had another comment.
He had a question. Councilor Wood.
I was just gonna say, kind of get back to what Mayor Conroy said, we'd have to have a resolution to make the change, but this was not regular practice for Whitestone, only up until a few months ago, and it was our former CAO that did this. We didn't have a resolution to do it, and everybody's, who's here in person, who's not here in person. Council tried to have a motion voted on, and it was voted on, well, how many meetings a council member could attend by Zoom. And that was defeated by a majority vote. So there's no reason to say, me, I'm the one that made that motion to try to keep everybody here in the building. There's no reason to write down in the paperwork who's here and who's not here. And I know that this was an effort to make, and I'm gonna say this on record, if somebody doesn't like it, call me on the board. This was an effort to make Councilor Nash look bad for not showing up in person. It was done by whomever, but that's why it was done, in my opinion. And, you know, sometimes all of us are gonna have a reason where we can't come here in public, but we should all try and get here in person.
Okay, thank you. Since we never had a motion to put this sort of thing in, I do agree with Councilor Nash in the procedural bylaw. I don't know whether there's anything else in the procedural bylaw that, anyway, I'll pass it over to our CAO.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. As you know, I'm certainly new to our procedural bylaw, and I'm not sure if there was a reason for having these notations in there. So I can certainly go back, do a review of our procedural bylaw and determine if there was any other reason that notation might be necessary. I can't answer that right here today, but I can certainly look into it and bring it back to you for a future meeting. Yeah.
Does that satisfy your request, Councilor Nash?
Yeah, I'm more than satisfied. As I said, I wasn't looking to change these ones. It was just on a go forward basis. More than happy with that.
I would think that if it's decided that the comments of, you know, whether Paul Mack was here from 10 till 6 or 10 till 2 or that sort of thing, I don't know that that's so important. But I do think the other guests are. So I think the 2 in person and 13 on video conferencing at the beginning of the meeting is somewhat relevant to you're not putting names in there, you're just saying there's 13 people. I would like, personally, I'd like to see at least that many things. Anyway, so I don't think we need to do anything other than on this thing. Our CAO will come back to us next month on it. So can we pass any other comments on or discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, if not, I'll call the question. This is, we don't need a recorded vote, so all those in favor?
Councillor Nash in favor.
Okay. Mayor Comrie?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Okay. Okay, okay, the next item is the Thrift Shop Committee annual donations. And ask for a mover and seconder, Maple Island Thrift Shop Committee, 7.1.2, draft meeting minutes of November 22nd, 2024. Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the Thrift Shop Committee recommended donations as follows. West Perry Sound Ambulance Service, $2,500, which is the community paramedic home visit program. Whitestone Lake Central School, which is the breakfast fund, $1,000. Whitestone Library, $5,000. TV monitors and programming. Ardbeg Community Hall, $1,000. Whitestone Nursing Station, $1,500 for 2 women's auxiliary kits and home blood pressure monitors. West Perry Sound Community Support Services Senior Connect Program, $500. Salvation Army, $500. Harvard Share Community, $1,000. Street Place, $450. Aspen Valley, $450. Royal Canadian Legion Branch 396 Disability Ramp, $500. Church United Church, $300. Heat and Hydro, $2,000. Reserve, $1,664.73. I know on this one, Mayor Comrie and Councilor Bray have declared a pecuniary interest, so it'll only be the other 3 voting on it. No, that's fine. Anyway, since I'm on the thrift shop with your couple of comments. First, This is a very important program in our community. All the people involved, I think, made 18 something this year. Just in the same area, I think it was 19 last year. I think they were within $500. And they're all to be thanked. They work very hard and they look at what they do for our community and abroad. So I know I'm also on the library board, so the $5,000 is very much appreciated. And I can't help these ladies and a gentleman for all their hard work. So anyway, this is what they decided. How they do it is they go around the room and each person sort of comments on what they want to give to whoever. And it's sort of by vote and then there's discussion sometimes. Last year, we asked for to send out letters for people to come back and tell us exactly what, they would spend the money on. And we got thank yous back for the first time. We used to only get thank yous from 2 or 3 people. This year we got thank you letters back from everyone but one. I don't think they contributed to that one. I'm not 100% sure of that. But certainly that's why you'll see TV monitors and home blood pressure monitors and things like that, because we wanted to know exactly what they're being spent on. So anyway, that's my comments on this. Are there any questions of council on this report? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councilor Woods is in favor. I'm in.
Yes.
And I think we should, maybe we should have a recorded vote on this or something. No, maybe not recorded, but I want to make sure that I'll just say carry. We know that the other two are not. Okay, thank you. That's done. Okay, the next one is accounts payable. Get this, I need a mover and seconder for the following. Accounts payable, the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $272,769.96 for the period ending December 31st, 2024. I need a mover and seconder, please. Councilor Woods moves.
Councillor Nash, I can second.
And Councilor Nash seconds. Okay, any questions?
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Yep.
Thank you. So just to let everybody know, I did have a couple questions on this, and I did send an email to staff preemptively on a number of my questions. So I'm going to go through them now, and I would.
Did you give us the answers too?
No, I didn't get the answers. I'd assume that there's some answers to some of them now.
Oh,
So-
okay. Yeah, I said you got the answers.
Yeah, I did not have the answers. So I don't know the page number, but I know the item reference number. It's just the way I recorded it in my email. But item number 34526, Amic Excavating.
So we have to follow. So where's 345? You know where that is?
I'll find the page through you.
We can probably find it. Right, I'm in the 260.
Page 121 of 224. So 37526, Amic Excavating, in the amount of 3606, and it said helipad maintenance. Just wondering what that maintenance was for at that time of year. That's all.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's Barb Cribbett at the other end.
Oh, hi, Barb. I should have introduced you, but didn't know you were on the call there.
I'm here as Paula right now.
Oh, you're here as Paula. Okay.
So I have some answers for Councillor Nash.
Right, thank you.
The Amic excavation was mobilization of personnel and equipment to Ardbeg helipad. This was mulching and clearing brush on the side and slope of the helipad as per Air Orange's request.
Perfect. Thank you, Barb. And my next question was, Environmental. It was item number 37534, which would be on page 122 of 229. And it was freon removal. And the reason I had this one is for 2,115. And I guess I'm asking is we have had a contract with AMI, which is we know we were going to go back out to tender in the new year for it. But part of AMI's contract says that they're responsible for removal of freon. And I know I'd sent that contract to staff.
Again, through the deputy mayor, what I'm seeing on the invoice is that there were a number of units removed from both of the dump sites. In total, just a little over 100 units. Looks like they may be appliances of some sort, so I can't entirely answer the question, but that is what the invoice is for.
Okay, so if you don't mind looking into it, maybe getting back a little bit more, Barb, because in the contract for our metal recycling program with AMI, as it sent on page 8, it highlighted it in their contract. It noted that freon removal is part of their service. So I'm wondering why we're getting an invoice from a different company for something that's under contract to AMI. So I'm not sure if this has been paid already, but I certainly think we should flag it and look at it. If it hasn't been paid, make sure we understand why before we pay it. So,
yeah, I think Councillor Nash, that we're not approving these, we are getting them for information. So if they can do it, fine, and but it may have been paid, I don't know.
It has.
Our CAO or?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. These invoices have indeed been paid. With respect to some of the questions that are asking, sort of, I guess, in terms of why we paid them. Like in this instance, it was a why question. With the turnover of staff and some of the people not being here any longer that would have been responsible for those decisions, those may take a little bit longer for us to get a proper answer for you. If it's a question of what the invoice was for, we can certainly give you that. If it's a question of why, we may have to look into it a little more. So in this case, we will have to look into it a little bit more to determine why we would have paid it if that was in fact included in the contract.
Perfect. Thanks, Nigel. And I did send to staff the contract. And also it was just a reminder that hopefully we'll see in the not too distant future a check coming in from AMI for the metal recycling that they picked up for us and were paid back on, totally separate. So then moving on to my next item, it was number 37536 on same page 122. And it was it looked like it was a brushing invoice, and I'm just asking, it says brushing. I'm wondering if it's any detail on it where it was, because it would have been in the month of December and it just caught my eye, brushing. That was all. Roadside brushing. So
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, the invoice is actually dated July, so it must have there must have been some delay in getting the invoice. It simply says roadside mowing.
yeah.
So it's not entirely clear exactly where that was, but it was authorized and paid.
Perfect. It makes total sense, Barb, if invoice was July. So it makes total sense. Not sure why it took so long, but makes total sense then. And another one was on the same page. It says at the bottom of online banking, it says page 122, OB051 TD Visa. And then it says 11-230 AR other municipalities something, but then it says fraud adjustment. So I guess I'm asking a bigger question. I'm assuming our Visa card was compromised, so I guess I'm wondering twofold. A, did we need to get a new credit card? And if so, great. And B, I guess those charges were put back on that somebody else had charged in a fraud case, I'm guessing, something like that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there was an incident of a charge on one of the credit cards that was not something that we had ordered. So an investigation was carried out by the bank. They went back and reversed those charges. We received a credit, and that credit card has been since canceled.
Okay, perfect, good. I'm gonna skip my next question I had. I did have on it lawn and mowers invoice for the amount of 2272, but I think my mind has remembered me what that is for, so I won't ask that one. The next one was page 128. And sorry I'm asking so many questions. I haven't asked many in the last number of months, but item number 2675, agricultural forestry construction, Hyundai excavator repair and maintenance in the amount of just under 3,500. And you might need more information on this one, but when we'd purchased the excavator, it was my understanding that we got it from Bob, Mark, New Holland, and Lindsay, and that they were taking care of the maintenance on that machine for the first several years. So I'm just wondering what the repair was for 3,500 if it wasn't covered under what I thought was the extended warranty maintenance program we had.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this invoice appears to be predominantly parts from what I see. I don't know the history regarding whether the excavator was covered by some sort of agreement. But I can see that there was quite a bit of work done, as well as quite a few, looks like filters and breathers, that sort of thing. They don't look like expensive items themselves, but in total they do accumulate. So we would have to go back to see what that was. This was also, yeah, it was approved and paid.
Okay, thanks, Barb. Yeah, it caught me because I thought the maintenance was included. So maybe go back, have a look, and update us outside of the meeting if you'd like. And then coming to a close here, I got a couple more, but item number 2679, item on page 128, Jen Gerlach, November newsletter in the amount of $350. So I thought that we had somebody that did our digital newsletter and we gave that person more money to do more work on our newsletter. So I'm wondering why there's somebody else doing our newsletters when we've already engaged somebody else. I'm sure there's a backstory to it, so figured I'd ask at council.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yeah, this is for the newsletter. I think it's compiling the newsletter together. I'm familiar with the name. I know we've been using this individual for a while, so I'm not sure who else might be involved in it, but it's, yeah, it's $350. I think that's not unusual for this individual. But
Yeah, no, and I'd agree on that part. The only thing is we'd hired a staff member to do our newsletters about a year.
This-
Through you, or through me. Councilor Nash, I know there have been others. We've had assistance on these newsletters in the past. I don't know whether it was this lady Jen or not, but Eva helps us with our from the library helps us with the newsletters that go out and things like that. But I don't think she's ever been involved in the newsletter. I guess that question could be asked of her. And I don't know whether she has that capability to do that. If she, I guess we could ask that question. But I know this isn't the first time. It's an ongoing sort of thing, and I think it's 3 times a year that we send out the newsletter. So that's all I know about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that answer you're giving. Jen Gerlach does the layout of the printed newsletters, and Eva does the e-newsletters, which are not there. It's a different task, okay? But this has been the practice for the whole past couple of years, I would say.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen. So I guess just going forward, maybe we can look and see if, we have a lot of staff members, if a staff member can do the layout of a newsletter, just going forward. So the next item.
Well, I just make a comment, Councilor Nash, that the library just put out a newsletter. I saw it at our meeting last week. It was excellent, and I think it was done by Eva. So you may have that capability. I don't know, but or maybe Jen did that one too. I don't know the actual.
And then, like I said, I'm coming to an end here. Item 2689, page 129, and it's Sturgeon Falls Brush Construction. So I think we all know what this item was for. It was for $31,414, and it was for the chipping at the Alds landfill of all the brush, which is great. We all approved it, but I just wanted to make a point. And I'd notified staff that I'd be saying this up front, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware that is the contract amount, which was for 31,000, was over 30,000. That it's very important that we as council did approve that to proceed a couple months ago. And as per procurement policy, item number 14 requires council approval on anything over $30,000. And I think the only reason that approval happened was due to myself asking a number of questions and some other council members. And before, it was only going to be the mulching of part of the pile, and the remaining part of the pile would have stayed, even though the tender had been put out and came back for the full value of 31,000. We only learned that what was being awarded was only a portion of it and not the full contract. So this is just a site that I think sometimes us asking questions reiterates the importance of us knowing everything up front so we can make good informed decisions. And I think we did the right thing there. So no problem in paying it. And then I had another one flagged, which was Township of Armor livestock evaluation, but I've since learned what that was for, so I'm not going to ask about that. And then on page 131, Weeks Construction, item number 99414, boat launches. It was in an amount of 1685, but I see here now when I'm rereading it, it says reissuing payment due to something. So I assume, Barb, that was an invoice probably from earlier in the year that just had to get reprocessed.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, I was just questioning why it was so late. When would have that invoice been issued then the first time?
It was actually issued July the 31st.
Okay, and do we know what boat launches it was for?
No, not on the invoice itself.
Okay.
It was 7/8 granular A.
But we don't classify which boat launches the material's going to, right?
I don't see it on the invoice.
Okay, so maybe going forward, because I know in our budget, we have an overall amount for boat launches, but then we're given like a secondary report that says how much is going to each boat launch. So I think going forward for 2025 at least, when invoices are coming in for boat launch work, we need to know what launch it's attributed to going forward. And then the very last item, and I appreciate everybody's patience, is on the last page, page 132, item 2712, and it says Craig's Welding and Fabrication in the amount of $4,059. And the only thing that caught me here is it said Roads Capital Structure. And then I noticed it was welding. So I'm wondering what that was for under capital for welding.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can read you what the invoice says. It says remove and replace abutment plates on south end of bridge on Farley's Road as required. Supply plates to replace north end at a future date.
Perfect. Thank you, Barb.
You're welcome.
Other questions on accounts payable? Well, I have a few. Sorry to don't think I'll be as long as Councilor Nash. But I guess what hits me, first of all, on an overview, is at some point we changed this. We used to look at all these and they were before they were paid. And for some reason we changed it and said, oh no, let everybody pay them. And then we'll go back and question. And if there's something wrong, I don't know how we get money back from people. Maybe that was done because we didn't want to micromanage or something. I don't know. But I know that I'm the board chair of a condo and other condo related boards. And what we do at the first meeting, because it's important to us, is we have every invoice come to us. We discuss it, we approve it or we don't approve it. And I just wonder whether there's any appetite on council to, and we don't have to do it today, maybe we need a report from staff, is there any appetite at all to review whether these checks, we should approve them and then pay them, as opposed to getting them where they're all paid and we're questioning them? I just throw that out if there's any comment from the rest of council on that. Councillor Woods.
Thanks to you, Deputy Mayor. From what I understand, that's what we're all here.
Yeah, it
It's
was.
only in the past maybe 2 years, I think.
Yes.
That was changed, maybe 3 years. But
Yeah.
historically,
I don't even remember
remember
3 years.
you could pull, sitting in there, you know, if someone questioned a payment, it would get pulled, it wouldn't get paid unless council got the answers. And I don't know what reason for it changed, but I remember Michelle telling us at one point that they changed it.
Yeah, so are you in favor of maybe at least getting a memo on this? And,
Yeah.
you know, because I want Barb and Nigel to think about it a bit, anyway, any other comments from council?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor
Yeah.
Nye?
I think that would be a good idea going forward. I don't think I'm gonna say I think it was changed a few years ago. It was before I was on council, was for a different type of micromanaging, not from council micromanaging, but a different type of micromanagement. And I'm gonna say that council being able to comment on expenses before they're approved is great, as long as we're not holding up payments, right? If we're issuing payments once a month, or I think many businesses do twice a month cut runs, then hopefully that wouldn't delay anything. But I do think it's important so we can flag something. For example, what I flagged today was just about the Freon removal. And if we have a contract from one company to do it, why did we pay somebody else to do it? And yes, there's a big staff overchange and stuff, but when something's already paid, you can't go back and correct things. We can only be given the answers we're given and carry on. Whereas I think it wouldn't be for us to micromanage staff, but would be for us to bring up concerns if we see something just before the check gets done that we can bring up in a transparent way. So I'd like to see that going forward, as long as it would work for accounting purposes and for staff to be able to not miss payment dates and stuff like that. So.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Bray?
Yeah, I would be fine with it if they would to change it. I just hope that we also realize that when the invoice comes in, the work has been done. We can't take back the work, so that we can question it and we can talk about it the same way as we are now. But we can't, if a company has done the work, they're going to expect.
Yeah, and that's why I think that we get a report from staff and we then make a decision at a future meeting. And I have some actual questions. Any other comment?
Through you,
Sorry.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
We can certainly look into it from my point of view. I don't have any experience in terms of why the change would have been made here. But certainly I would think that the timing of payments was probably the biggest factor, especially where you've gone to one meeting per month. So, you know, just in terms of processing and getting payments out to your suppliers effectively is probably the biggest reason. I think another part of it is likely that, you know, you do have an approved budget, approved procurement process, and provided that your staff who you're paying to do that work and do it properly are following those rules. It should all fall in line, and it should be just for informational purposes afterwards. I can certainly see the reasons to see it in advance, but I think it might pose some challenges time-wise.
Well, I think staff could come back in their report and you'll bring that up.
Absolutely.
We could look at it. So anyway, I do have some questions. First one is just of interest. Right on page 121. 375.22 at the top, it's James McMurdo. That's for the staff volunteer appreciation night, and I just wanted to compliment everyone. I think I already have, or we have, staff appreciation. It was done very, very well. When I looked at it, I thought, geez, that's like how many people? So I inquired 107 people, so it's about $38 a person for a smorgasbord. And I said, I was at home and said, that's really expensive. And my wife said, no, you're living in the past. But I did ask Paula what it cost last year, and last year it cost $5,800 for 100 people. So we were paying $58 a plate. That really seems high to me for a smorgasbord, but anyway, so I compliment the staff. It's not a question, it's a comment. And I guess next time I go to a restaurant, I won't be bothered if it's $38 per person. Anyway. Next question I had. Oh, next page, 122, 375, 33, Blitz Electric, $1,000. This is for the, a lot of it is for the library, and or at least part of 383. This is the most expensive light we've ever had in the history of the community of Whitestone. It's the light at the side of the library that lights the ramp going up and down. And every time we go for a meeting in the evening or you're there in the evening, the light never comes on. And it's a danger, particularly in the winter, that people are going to slip. So I brought it up and I brought it up. We've had several electricians come in and change lights and change everything. I don't know how many thousands of dollars we spent on it, but my guess is not one, but closer to 2 or 3. And so anyway, the last time we found out that what it was when they come in during the day, it works and they leave and say, great, and they bill us. But at night when they leave, they shut the lights off. Circuitry from the light outside was connected to a light or a switch inside the building. So once they turned it off, the outside light didn't work. So it's, I don't know, sometimes electricians should check, you know. Anyway, if that bill was coming initially, and I knew that, I'd say, you know, if Blitz Electric did all the work, why the heck are we paying them, you know, to come back a 5th time with something they should have found the 1st time, right? So I won't ask in this case, but that's the sort of thing that comes up. So my next question. Okay, the next question is 2645 on page 124, which is the mayor comment. Again, I have to face this correctly because I'm not in here is $42 for mileage to get supplies. I assume Mayor Comrie went into Perry Sound to get supplies. I think this has to do with the tree and stuff like that. Again, I'm not trying to say, oh, let's reverse this or whatever, but I don't get it. We talked about having T2200 2200 forms or things like that. There's all kinds of things that we as councillors do that we don't obviously get compensated for mileage if we run around the municipality or whatever. If we go, I run into Perry Sound all the time to sign checks for the planning board, and I'm a representative of Whitestone on that board. I don't know whether DSAP has in-person meetings or Zoom meetings or whatever, but if you do, you go back and forth. There's all kinds of things, and I thought they were covered by T2200. Things like, we go to Perry Sound, get stuff for the library, I never think of putting mileage into that. So, well, that's what I'm trying to question the 2200 form and what that's for. Like I would say I had 10 trips to Perry Sound for the planning board. That's an example of an expense that I have, to claim on my T2200 form, right? And I don't know why this wouldn't be, right? That's you gotta have consistency with my question. So someone help. Again, I'm not trying to say George, you didn't go into town or he wasn't inherited and all that kind of stuff, but if you go to a Chamber of Commerce meeting in Perry Sound, if they're in person, do we charge them mileage? Go to that?
Through you, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought my own personal opinion was that part of the reason for doing the T2200s was for a home office, or if we had travel, be it within the community for council duties. If I had to go and sign a check at the office, or if I had a meeting at York landfill or with the ratepayer, or I had to travel to another municipality for something, that's what I always thought would be covered under a T 2200, where you're able to write off a portion of your business use, in this case, council use of your vehicle when you're carrying out council duties, going to pick up a check or sign a check, those types of things. So I would agree that not now, but going forward, that maybe we can try to make sure to do that, not go backwards and correct something, but going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can someone help me? Who's on the Chamber of Commerce?
Through you, your worship, or deputy mayor. I would think that, and again, I would have to do some investigation into it, but I would think that you're talking about two different things. One would be travel within the municipal boundaries,
Right.
and two might be travel outside to another community. And generally, I don't know what the policies are here. I would think that those type of expenses, travel outside of our boundaries, would be something that we would reimburse at a mileage rate.
And that would be for any committee that council's on?
I would have thought so, but again,
Okay,
I don't
fine.
know.
Can I
I don't know what
backdate mine?
the policy has been here.
No, seriously, I mean, I've made dozens of trips to Parrot Sound, to get stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna backdate them, but if you're saying in the future, that whenever I go to Parrot Sound to pick up something that I can charge mileage or should charge mileage, that's fine. Yeah, Councilor Bray.
I think you either do it one way or the other. And that's, in the past, we just approved the 22, whatever they are.
2,200.
That we can use that system. So that's, so I think what we have to do, the individual has to decide, are we claiming that portion that way, or are we claiming mileage? And the mileage, for what's in our, for the municipality is outside the community. Travel outside the community.
Okay.
So that, I think we can't do it both ways. You can do it one way or the other. And so people have to be very clear on what.
Last year, for instance, if I made 6 trips in Parrot Sound, I never had a 2,200 form, but
But you can now.
I know, but you're saying you could do
Yeah.
this or that, if that's fun. I'd rather do the former than the latter, rather get it's far more thing to get 42 cents or whatever it is a mile than it is to accident.
That's right.
But as long as that's the direction of council, then
Well, I
everybody
don't know
knows.
the direction, but I think that's what is in policy for mileage. And then we decided that we have to be able to make use of the form, we can do that. But you can't do mileage from.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I can respond to this now. I went and looked up the invoice or the expense claim just to see, because I didn't remember charging mileage, to be honest with you, but I now see what it was. I spent these expenses were occurred the day before the tree lighting ceremony.
Yeah.
And I was the one who was hooking up the lights. There was no staff. There were no staff available to do this. We could have called in an electrician, and then you would have got a bill like the other one that you were more like that one. Well, but I spent virtually the whole day before the tree lighting ceremony hooking that stuff up. And when I went to do it, I realized that I had to make a couple of electrical boxes for these things that were waterproof to plug into, and so I I had to get in my car, drive to Perry Sound in the middle of the day, get the stuff I needed, and come back and hook it up. And so that's that. I guess I considered under those circumstances that was not a trip that I would be normally making. I'm doing something that a staff person or a contractor would be paid to do, a lot more money than the $42. And so that's why I put it in. I guess the choice that we had was we either got it done or we didn't. So we could have canceled the tree lighting, I guess, but there were no staff there was snow, as you recall, and staff were busy doing other things. There wasn't anybody that I could get to assist with this, or I would have sent somebody on staff to go and pick it up, right? But
Well, I hope you didn't misunderstand me. I think I tried to qualify at the beginning.
yeah, I'm sorry. I see it as a personal, as I frankly see it as a personal attack, and I think it's really unnecessary. If you had a question you asked, you could have asked it offline.
Well, I was reading it, my material on the weekend, and I came across it, so I guess I could have, but Nigel and you were away, and anyway, if you saw it as a personal attack, it certainly wasn't meant to be that. If it was a personal attack, I'd be making a motion to take the $42 back. I didn't make that motion, and I was trying to, in essence, clarify our mileage policy, and I wanted input from council, so I don't feel it was a personal attack at all, but if you took it that way, I'm sorry that you took it that way, but it isn't in my opinion. So anyway, any other questions on the accounts payable? Councilor Woods.
Just one comment, getting back to the EH Environmental, the free on removal for $2,100.
What page is that again?
122. I feel the national guard, I often have this, like, if we had a contract with the scrap metal recycler, and they're supposed to pay us our money out, should we not tell them that they also need to pay this? Or we'll just disqualify them from trying to get scrap from us? Part of the contract that they did free on removal, and then we have to go pay somebody else, and then we will.
I don't know, any comment?
Through Deputy Mayor, the only thing I could say to that one, that is one that I would have to go back and investigate a little bit and determine what actually, I've seen pieces of the contract, but I haven't seen the full document, so I can certainly look into it and determine what's necessary.
Okay, thank you, if you would. Okay, and if there's nothing else, I'm going to call the question on the accounts payable. All those in favor? I think you muted.
Councillor Nash, yes.
In favor. Mayor
Thank
Conley.
you. And next on the agenda is there's no staff report, so now we're into bylaw. The first motion that I'd ask for a mover and seconder is bylaws 10.1, bylaw number 01-2025 being a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet expenditures during the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2025, hereby passed this 23rd day of January 2025. I think this is just a normal yearly thing that's done in January. So, mover, Councillor Woods, seconder. Councillor Gray. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
In favor, Mayor Conley.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, that's carried. Bylaw 10.2, I need a mover and seconder, the bylaw number 02-2025 being a bylaw to levy certain interim rates, taxes, and charges for the year 2025, hereby passed this 23rd day of January 2025. Need a mover and seconder. Councilor Woods moved. Seconder. Councilor Bray. Any discussion? Call the question, all those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Okay, next one. Thank you. You move and seconder, 10.3, the bylaw number 03/2025, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with the Wabash Conservation Association for the transfer of ownership of the docks and associated structures at Bennett's Bay Landing in Indian Narrows from the Lake Wabash Conservation Association and the municipality of Whitestone, hereby passed this 23rd day of January 2025. We need a mover and seconder. Mover is Councilor Woods. Seconder. Seconder. Ray. You guys on the line?
I can second it.
Okay, that's okay, you're late. Councilor Bray, maybe the next one you can do. Yeah, this is an ongoing thing, that we've been gonna take over these, so, is any, the staff want to talk to any of this? This particular bylaw? Anyone?
Through you, Mr.
Yes,
Deputy Mayor.
Paula?
Hi. So on November 19th at the council meeting, council passed a bylaw to enter into an agreement with the Wabash Association with respect to ownership of the docks. Within that bylaw, it's stipulated a closing date of December 4th. When I sent the bylaw to our solicitors to send to Lake Wabash solicitors, they both decided that they didn't have enough time to close the transaction. So as a result, the previous bylaw 62-2024 is being repealed, and this new bylaw being presented to council has no specified closing date to it.
Okay. Any discussion?
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Nash?
Thank you again, Paula. Thank you again. I'm just noticing here, it says the date, agenda date, January 23rd. Again, I like that instead of just saying the date of January 23rd. So I appreciate that. Just a couple things. Is it normal? Like when I was reading this, I'm like, huh, what? We missed the date. Is it normal? I guess I'm not sure. So I guess that's why I'm asking that we put expiration dates in for when something has to be signed. Like if this was done at November 19th, and I think it was until December, it had to be December 4th, it had to be done by. Is it normal that we put fairly short dates for execution on something, or was this just possibly because this was delayed earlier in a previous council meeting or something? Do you know the answer to that, Paula?
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, usually with the agreements, we don't generally put a closing date in the bylaw. So if you notice on attachment 1 to my report, which is number 1, it had a closing date of December 4th. Usually we don't insert a closing date into the bylaw.
Okay, but for whatever reason, this one did have a closing date, right, Paula?
Correct.
Okay. And then the second thing is, I just see here, just when this gets signed, I see that it says that the mayor and the CAO clerk of the municipality of Whitestone are hereby authorized to execute under seal the corporation of the agreement. Just a reminder to make sure that on all of these, I know we do it the vast majority of the time, don't get me wrong, that our corporate seal is applied to these. And I guess my final question is on it, going forward to try and help. Like right now would require the mayor's signature and the CAO's signature. Is there something we need to do? I am sure that if, in this case, Nigel wasn't available, that the mayor could sign it. Or if the mayor wasn't available, that Nigel could sign it. if you have signing authority, is there any reason why we need to have two signatures on these documents? And it's just not, you know, executed by an authorized signing officer? Going forward, I'm trying to maybe create a little bit of simplicity going forward on any document like this. Instead of needing two people to sign, it might only be one. Could you maybe as staff look into that and get back to us at a future date? It's not something I'm expecting an answer on today or even a comment on, but maybe that's something that can be brought back to another meeting.
For you, your worship?
Yes.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. All I can say, right now would be that generally speaking, over the, 25 or so years that I've been in the CAO role, it's generally been an elected official and an administrative person, being your clerk or your CAO. In terms of the reasoning, I'd have to look into it and see what the legislative reasons are for it, or if there are any, but I can certainly do that.
Yeah, and if you guys feel it's best to leave it like that, then you guys don't need to come back and say anything more. If that's been the way it's always been done in other spots, no need to come back, Nigel. It's just a question I had. Thank you for answering it on the spot, though.
Any other questions on this? Now I'll call the question on the so all those in favor?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's carried. Next one. This is, I think, the last one under bylaws. The mover and seconder for the following 10.4, the bylaw number 04-2025, being a bylaw for a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone part 1 to 4 on plan 42R-22530 from waterfront residential to limited services WF2-LS, a zone to waterfront residential 2 exception, numbers 7 and 8 limited services. Ewan is hereby passed this 23rd day of January 2025. Need a mover and seconder. Mayor Comrie, you want to move that one?
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay, seconder.
I can second it, Councillor Nash.
Okay, Councillor Nash. This is what we dealt with in the public meeting. Any further discussion or question? I think you had something, Councillor Nash. I said to be dealt with later.
I think it just asked if this had to be a recorded vote earlier. That was all.
Is this, do we have okay, this is a recorded vote.
Yes, it is.
Thanks for reminding me, Mr. Chair.
So if we call the vote, please.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you, that is carried.
Okay, that's the end of the bylaws. We're now into business matters. There's a committee of adjustment appointment. So I need a mover and seconder for the following business matters. Committee of Adjustment Council Member Annual Appointment, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memo or the memorandum of Paul Macri dated January 7th, 2025, and that Councillor Brian Woods be appointed as council representative to the Committee of Adjustment for the year of 2025. I need a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bray moves.
I'll second Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. I never realized this was an annual appointment, but after reading the memo, I guess it is. So, any discussion on this? Not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Okay, that's done. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. 11.2. Need a mover and seconder for the following. Excuse me. 11.2, correspondence from Sean Boggs on behalf of the Perry Sound Curling Club that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the correspondence from Sean Boggs regarding the Perry Sound Curling Club request for support of the Ontario Trillium Foundation grant application, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone support the Perry Sound Curling Club funding application to Northern Ontario Heritage Fund and the Ontario Trillium Foundation for accessibility improvements to the Curling Club building. I need a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Woods moves. Seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor, that was Mayor Conroy.
Yes, it was. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash,
That's
Mayor
carried.
Conroy, yes.
Thank you. Next one is resolution in support of, I'll ask for a mover and seconder, 11.3, resolution of support from December 16th, 2024 regular council meeting, Near North School Board request to keep open McDougall School for K to 6, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the Near North District School Board's request that McDougall Public School grades K to 6 continue operating, and that the resolution be forwarded to the Near North School Board Trustee, Area 3, Jeannie Fasculo, Near North District School Board Trustee, and the Minister of Education. I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves. Seconder, Councillor Bray. I'm certainly in support of this. Somehow I'm reading, and maybe it's on Facebook, I think this is moving closer and closer to them keeping it open, which I think is a great thing for the area. So, and the Coversar Council has supported this type of resolution all along. So anyway, any discussion on this? Not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, with any?
Councillor Nash, approve.
Mayor Conroy, yes.
Thank you. What are we to next? The resolutions, oh. Okay, this is the road grant protocol. This was requested by Councillor Nash. I'll ask for a mover and seconder to the following. Whereas the Council of Municipality Whitestone has reviewed resolution 2022-331 item D, and whereas the Council of the Municipality Whitestone has reviewed the current road grant protocol bylaw 30-2027, and whereas the Council of the Municipality Whitestone has noted in the strategic plan that the road grant protocol bylaw 30-2027 will be reviewed and updated by council. And whereas at this time, the Council of the Municipality has not updated the road grant protocol by bylaw 2017, excuse me. And whereas the municipality of Whitestone wants to treat all members of the public and ratepayers fairly and equitably or equally in regards to the road grant protocol bylaw 20-2017 or 2017, and therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby rescind resolution 2022-331 item D, and staff be directed that the MPA road grant to be reviewed the same as all other road grant applications going forward, and that such time that the road grant protocol bylaw 2017 has been reviewed and updated by the council of the municipality, staff be directed to not process any 2025 road grant requests. I need a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Nash moves it. Second, Councillor Woods.
And
You want to
If I
talk to this, Councillor Nash?
if I could through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank staff for putting it on the agenda in a timely fashion as I requested, and for including my email outlining what I was thinking here. So I appreciate that. And as we all know, back in, 2022, towards the end of the year, there was a resolution passed that gave Bolger Lake, additional funding, by counting, people that access, their cottages from Bolger Landing. And they were the only ones that, received this type of special treatment. So all I'm asking here, not to get into a big debate, is simply going forward. I think we all supported that as part of our strategic plan, that we knew we all wanted to have a look at the road grant protocol. So all I'm saying here is, we know people will start to be applying for road grants in the coming months. And normally we don't process any until after the budget's done, because then we know the amount that's going out. And basically all I'm saying is, between now and when our budget is approved, hopefully it's actually in the February or March meeting at the latest, the road grant protocol comes back to the council, we review it, we pass an updated road grant procedural bylaw. And that we just treat everybody the same. So if we're gonna count, for example, residents that are water access off one private road, we do it for all private roads. And if we're not gonna count them for some private roads, we don't count them for any. But there is a couple things that I just wanted to point out. And it was something I'm gonna say I was a little disappointed with in the past. And hopefully it will change. So as part of our road grant protocol, on page 153 of our package, item number 1 on page 153 reads, to be eligible to receive a grant, property owners fronting and or utilizing one or more opened private or unassumed roads must form a road group duly constituted and defined in paragraph 2, whose membership must represent at least 2/3 of the households serviced by the road, including undeveloped lots. But I know in the past, if anybody's applied for a road grant, they've been told it's only for households. But clearly, when I read this, I see that item number 1 says including undeveloped lots. It doesn't say water access lots, but undeveloped lots. So again, this is really just to treat everybody the same. And I'm gonna quote something which isn't off topic to me, so I hope you'll indulge, Mr. Chair, in letting me say this. And we all know that there was a recent court case out at Bolger, and we all know that it's public record, some of it. And there's a couple things that I think it's important just to note here. That Sand Hill is located within the hydro corridor on the cottagers' longtime access road known as Semicolca Trail. But what I'm referring to here is the hydro corridor. And there's something else in the arguments that were made public. The Hydro One power transmission corridor is recognized as an acceptable existing use and is allowed to continue. The existing associated access road can continue to be maintained. This is referring to the Hydro One corridor, not the Semicolca Trail outside of it. And it was when I was reading something here, and it was spoken to by Mayor George Comrie, and it says that George Comrie, Mayor of Municipality of Whitestone, testified that he had engaged in a number of discussions with the representatives of the Ontario government in respect of the ministry taking over responsibility for the maintenance of Semicolca Trail, and that he was advised on each occasion that the Ontario government did not have the funds to compensate the municipality or the cottagers. That's the first I've ever heard that we were asking the government to take over a private road. But with that being said, I think that this road just needs to be treated the same as every other private road when it comes to the road grant. And I would be the first to say, when something is updated, that people should be included that have a water access lot be it on Bolger or other lakes, but I think we just need to do it as a whole. So that's all I'm asking for here. I want to make sure it doesn't come across that I'm trying to strip Bolger of something. All I'm trying to do is to say, we're not going to pay it going forward, and we're going to redo our road grant protocol and let's treat everybody the same. That's
Okay,
all.
okay, thank you. You just hit the red card, so you're right under the wire. Thank you. Other comments on this, please?
Yeah, just a quick comment, Mr. Chair, if I may. My question to Councillor Nash is, I guess it's to Councillor Nash, or it's a rhetorical question, whichever. He read paragraph 1 of Schedule A of the bylaw, the existing protocol. It says, to be eligible to receive a grant, property owners fronting on and or utilizing one or more open, private, or unassumed roads must form a road group. And my question simply is, how does that not apply already to this series of trails that goes to Bolger Landing? The folks who have cottages there are utilizing. They don't front on it except for one of them. There's only one person that fronts on it, but there's 60 or more that actually use it. So I don't understand why we would be singling out MPA here, and I don't believe that the road grant protocol as it exists right now is being applied inappropriately. Every discussion that I've ever had with staff about it was that they count the number of people that are actually, using the road, and that's how they determine what. So it seems to me that and that's how we've been paying road grants to everybody in my experience for the last umpty years. So I don't believe, unless somebody feels strongly that we should change the protocol and do something different from what we're doing right now, that there's any need to review it at all. But if there is, that's what should be in front of the council today, not a motion to say, well, we don't pay any more road grants until we've reviewed it. If someone in the council wants a review, then the motion should be that council review the thing, and we'll set something up for a future council meeting. That's an appropriate use of council's time. But just saying, oh well, we're not gonna pay. We're not going to give MPA any more road grants, and we're not going to pay anybody any road grants until we reviewed it. That's it seems like you're making a mountain out of a molehill here. I don't understand what the problem is that we're doing this for.
If I might respond, Mr. Chair?
Let's go ahead, Councillor Nash.
The exact reason why I'm doing this is that we're treating the MPA differently than every other road grant in our municipality. And that was done during an election year, right before an election, as all of council knows before I came on. This was done back in 2022, right in the heat of an election time. And it was done because in the past, Bolger did not receive a road grant counting their households. You pretend, Mr. Mayor, that you didn't know that's what was going on, but the whole reason why they came was this is the motion from 2022, that item D, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive for information correspondence item D, Magneto-on Pioneer Association request for additional funding for roads leading to Bolger Landing through the road grant program dated September 13th, 2022. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby direct staff to count residents' households that use the roads to Bolger Landing in their applications of the road grant protocol. Carried. Now, I would hesitate to say that if you guys were counting them everywhere, you wouldn't have, just as you said, singled out Bolger. But what you did there was singled out Bolger to say for Bolger, but only Bolger, we're gonna count the residents or households that use the road. I have a personal email that on our road, we'd tried for years to include vacant lots or households that use it. We were always denied to say, nope, it's only if you have a finished house. Council knows that. That's what goes on behind the scenes. That's why this was brought in 2022. So I'm trying to level the field to say, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that everybody should be treated the same and not just Bolger getting the extra money for counting households. That's why I want to rescind this one from 2022 and say, let's all look at the road grant and let's make sure when they're getting processed, if other roads have 5 vacant lots on it, that those vacant lots are counted. If McClellan Lane services 25 lots on Lake Wawashkesh, that those 25 water access lots are counted on McClellan Lane. Right now, they're all denied, as everybody knows, but we're pretending that doesn't happen. Let's go ahead and treat everybody exactly the same, Mr. Mayor, and let's make sure that this resolution from 2022 is rescinded, and we work on a new resolution that will make sure Bolger or anybody else that has a water access lot will all be treated the same. That's all I'm asking for. It's exactly the same as you, but you're pretending that Bolger doesn't have special treatment when they're the ones that had a special resolution passed to only count lots on their road and nobody else's.
Okay, any other discussion on this? I have a couple of comments. I know of places on Whitestone Lake that are accessed through a private road that are not counted in here. I don't think staff even knows the island properties that are using certain roads in our municipality. So I disagree with you, Mayor Conley, to say this is what's happening. If you said this is what's happening throughout the municipality, because it isn't. I don't know about up in Wawashkesh. I know Councillor Nash just mentioned some, but there's a whole bunch of people on Wawashkesh that I'm sure use a private road or utilize a private road to get to their cottage. And if they should be counted in the road grant, you know, and therefore get a little bit bigger slice of the pie, then that's what it should be. And I agree that we should be treating everyone equally when it comes to this thing. I also think that when it comes to not processing any road grants, I'd hate to see us get into May or June or July and have everybody backed up trying to get people to do work and whatever, because we're not, you know, generally speaking, we sort of said, let's get the road grants out there to people so they can do the work. Not so much in February, but in, you know, March, April, May, June, whatever, right? So I would like to see, for instance, the change to the road grant that would say if you have a big project, you know, let's say you have a big culvert that would take up 3 years of your road grant, that you're able to kind of somehow save that 3 years up and build it on one project versus having to spend it this year, right? Because what's happening, I know, is people, and my road is a good example. We're putting gravel down. We don't need gravel. You're 15, 16 inches of gravel already, right? But, well, we got to do it by December, so we better get a load of gravel. Whereas we may want to do a culvert or something like that. So that's a change I would like to see, but that's a bit of a side issue. So I'm in favor of this motion as long as the road grant protocol comes to us in February for review and comment, and that we pass it by March. And in whatever form that is, so that come April, you know, we can give out grants to people and not back them up into June and July. So that's my general comments on it. Again, I think fairness and again, I don't think anyone's at this point trying to take away, you know, any grants out of Bolger. It's just a matter, as I agree with Councillor Nash, either everybody gets it or nobody gets it, right? You can't pick and choose who gets it and who doesn't, because that's an inconsistency. Anyway, those are my comments. Any other comments on that? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor?
Mr. Deputy
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry, Counselor Woods.
Can I call for a recorded vote on this one?
You sure can, so recorded vote. Yes, Counselor Bray.
Just for clarification, you haven't changed or amended anything in this one?
No,
Okay.
no,
One
no, it's just as it is, I think. I think all we're, if I've got the essence of this, someone correct me. I think all we're saying is, don't give out any grants until we discuss it. And I think I hear people nodding that it should come to us in our February meeting so we can deal with it and hopefully pass it in March with any amendments we make in February. So that the deferral of any payments of the road grant would only be made for a couple months when people generally aren't expecting their money anyway. So, is that correct? What I just said? Okay, everybody's sort of nodding. Okay.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chair, do you mind if I say one more thing?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just reading from an email from the treasurer, our previous treasurer. As per MPAC, the two properties noted below are vacant land and are therefore not eligible for a road grant. Our records indicate 6 properties are eligible in respect of the Y factor noted above. So I just I had to dig that out, but that clearly shows that we weren't counting vacant lots in the past, which all of council knew about. So I just wanted to read that for the public to show that it's on record that we weren't counting it. So that's all. Carrie, proceed again. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's fine. And I, quite frankly, I hadn't looked at the verbiage in here and vacant lots should be counted or should not be counted depending on our review in February, right? So
correct.
We can discuss that. So, okay, Councillor Woods has asked for a recorded vote, so I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, next one is the temporary use of the twist. Need a mover and seconder for the following item, 11.5, item proposal for temporary use of the twist property for storage and recreation program. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the proposal for temporary use of the twist property for storage and recreation programming from Tanya Fraser, Chair of the Whitestone Recreation Committee, and that staff be directed to provide a report to council on the suitability of the building for use and any recommended actions or options for use in the future. I need a mover and second.
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Comrie moves and Councillor Bray second. Okay, we've got a full report here, I think, from Tanya. Let me just bring it in up here. About the twist. Which I think is kind of self-explanatory. If I might indulge, the chair usually goes last, but I'd just like to say that on Friday, I think it was, our CAO, our chief building officer, Councillor Woods and myself went into the twist and did a tour. And we all concluded that the twist should not be used for anything, including recreation. It should not be used for storage of material. There's a dirt floor, but there's no heat in the building. I didn't realize that. I was led to believe that we were heating the building the last couple of years, but obviously we're not. And as anyone would know, if you don't heat a building and there's a dirt floor, Of course, you're going to have mold and other issues in that basement. There are columns down there that you could kick and they would probably fall in. All the hot water tanks and the piping and all that are now all rotted out. And quite frankly, the building should be demolished. And that's the conclusion. So it makes all this report from the Recreation Committee, in my opinion, mute, because it shouldn't be used for anything. And I think the Recreation Committee should redo the budget, in my opinion, based on no programming in the twist, whatever that means. And I also think that if we do have programming, that we should be utilizing our community center, which is a far better building than that. I'm kind of disappointed. My final comment will be, I'm kind of disappointed because I was on council. I don't know whether Councilor Wood was on council at the same time when we bought the twist. I think he was, because he was very much in favor. And we were told at the time that there were no issues in the twist, that it was fine to go ahead and purchase it. And it was only in the last, when we got the Steinhoff report, that I was shocked, quite frankly, because I'd never been in the twist. I was in it when it was a restaurant, but I was shocked that basically, I don't know what else council could do, but ask for confirmation that there's no issues, and that's what they did. And to our surprise, it's got mold in the basement and it's unsuitable for any. So we don't need a long-term community consultation on what we're going to use the twist for. We can, I think, put into our budget to demolish it if in this year. That's, I think the cost is 30 or 35,000. We could also discuss putting a culvert between the nurse's station and there so we can use it for parking. And at some point in the future, we could have a discussion of what we'd like to do on that property, if anything. So those are comments. I know it's a big summary, but I don't think there's a lot of use, in my opinion, discussing the proposal and the ins and outs and, badminton courts or anything else, ping pong or anything else in there, because I don't think it's suitable for use. So those are my comments. And thank you for indulging me for going first. So, and I think all four of us were of that general opinion with respect to the building. So our CAO is nodding his head. And I would say, if the building officer, is he on the line? Don't see him. But if he was, I'm sure he would agree with the same thing. So anyway, those are my comments. Other comments from Councilor Wood.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Lim. Yeah, as Deputy Mayor Lim stated, we had a walkthrough of the building. Something that I actually requested before we were even purchasing it, but I was told that I wasn't needed. I really wish I would have went through at that point. We wouldn't have had to spend all the money on the Steinhoff report. I could have told you exactly what they would have told you. And I have said on numerous occasions, I'm surprised that it didn't happen when I said it. Simply put, we could easily do an air test, and they're not expensive, and it could have told us concentrations of mold. And I do specifically remember us being told as a council that building was heated, and it most definitely was not heated. And everybody knows if you leave a building untouched for years with no heat on, it's going to degrade very fast. The foundation looks pretty decent. There was never enough ventilation put in when it was built in the first place. But there's a lot of standing water in there. You could definitely taste the building when you walk into it. I wouldn't want to see a staff member going in there. My professional experience, when it comes to mold, you have someone with issues to mold. If you constantly go in there, you're going to have serious issues. And then we'd have an injured staff member or an injured member of the public. For us to try and clean that building up, I think we'd spend a lot more than we would tearing it down and building a brand new building that actually suited a use if we needed one at the time. I will still stand by my opinion that regardless of what some people may think about what we paid for the property, it is a long-term investment, and it was a good one, regardless of what the money value was, because for future expansion, it makes 100% sense to own that property for us as a municipality. And the reality is, eventually, we're not going to have enough room in our office space, and we're going to need more room, and we have nowhere to expand. So to have that property and eliminate lot lines with everything else we own, makes 100% sense to own it. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, it's unfortunate that we couldn't reuse the building, but to me, in my decision-making process, when asked, the building was of no value to me. It's one of that, what the benefits were to the municipality of the whole property. Thank you.
Other comments from councilors?
Well, yes, Mr. Chair, I have a comment and,
Yes, Mr.
Councilor
Mayor.
Wood. Go ahead.
I said
What did you
just,
say?
I said, go ahead and count.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll start with what Councillor Woods finished with, which is that I did not, it was never my idea that the building would not be torn down and something else done with it. But I'm frankly surprised. I was under the impression from our staff that, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, but I was advised that it was being heated, and if it wasn't being heated, then of course it may have deteriorated a fair bit since the last time that I was in it. But our building official did look at it, and I was present when he looked at it at the time that we purchased it, and he said yes, we could. He felt that we could use it on an interim basis for something if we needed some temporary office accommodation and so on. So clearly, I don't think it was you know, the comments about the basement and so on that they made are correct, but the property itself, the last time I was in it, seemed to me like it might be able to be used at least for storage. And the only thing, I mean, if our determination is that it can't be used, it can't be used, and perhaps we might as well tear it down, I guess. But here's the thing that everybody needs to understand: we are critically short of storage. We cannot do anything more in either the library or the community center than we are already doing right now. So essentially, our rec programs are constrained unless they're outside programs, or unless there are things that we can do in the Dundome in the summertime or whatever. They're totally constrained by lack of storage space. We can't do things that we want to do in the community center because there's no place to store the equipment in the community center. So we have an acute storage problem, and that's going to constrain the rec programming that is available to the community until we get somewhere. So I want to make sure everybody on council understands that. And it's not something like, we can't put something in the rec committee's budget to build storage space. At least I don't think we can, unless that's one of those things that would require us to go out and do a long-term kind of site plan for the the whole municipal complex in Dunchurch. And we should do that, and we should get to it. I believe we should, but it just means that a bunch of things that rec committee had planned and would like to do in 2025 are not going to be able to be done. We have already sitting in the Grange table tennis tables. Well, we can't put them anywhere for people to play on them. You can't carry them from the Grange over, put them out, set them up in the community center, and then put them back in the Grange. I mean, it's just not a practical thing to do. So that's just an example. Just want you all to be aware of that.
If I might,
If I might respond to that, about 5 years ago, I bought a 12 by 28 garage and I pulled it in for $15,000. I put electricity in it and painted it, and it was under 20. That may be 25,000 now, I don't know. But it's delivered in one day and it's put on pads. That's what I suggested we put it at the dump sites or the landfill sites. we, when it comes to the budget time, can solve or part of the storage issue. You can now build a building of 160 square feet without a building permit, for goodness sake, right? If we can't solve a storage problem within our municipality, then none of us should be on council. It's not a difficult thing to do if it's that critical, like we make it like a big mountain. And I fully realize that this has come up in the past, but we go solve it during the budget time. But I do not think this year that the rec committee should plan all these things that they were gonna do in the twist. So that budget should be adjusted, and I would suggest to staff that we discuss what it might be to, you know, haul or put a building, whether it's on this site here, whether it's over where the twist is or wherever, right? But we can certainly find a building to put, right? Or a series of small buildings or whatever. Councillor Woods.
For storage solutions, I understand what the rec committee is saying, but for a simple, easy storage solution, you could get a 20-foot sea can for a few $1,000, a one-trip container that's still in really good shape. We'll put it somewhere close to here. The rec committee and some staff members get a key to the lock and we can store things in there. That's a cheap storage solution that's airtight, watertight. People can't break in easily, and we can move it and use it somewhere else if we have to.
That's another good idea.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes, Councillor Nash.
Thanks. A couple comments here. I think Councillor Wood just noted something I was thinking of, being a sea can or storage container. But I never knew there was the same shortage of space for the rec committee until I saw this request. And I guess I'd say a couple things on that. You know, which was mentioned, we have table tennis tables that we can't use. Well, if we can't use the table tennis tables, I don't know why we would have table tennis tables if we can't use them, right? I'd say we'll find a solution that we're able to use them. You know, I'm not sure what is stored in the outbuilding, I'll call it, that's used for the fall fair for the food building, if stuff can be stored there. We have a rental unit, private business just down the road from us. Could we rent a unit from them? Could we replace, like Deputy Mayor said, a building or make a small outbuilding that's prefab? Should we maybe replace the Grange, which is falling down? But all of this stuff is aside from the twist. And as a taxpayer, before I was on council, which this is what amazes me, when that purchase was going through, again, I think the purchase overall was great for the municipality. Whatever money was paid on it, it's been paid. We own the twist property. It will get used down the road. Good investment from that point of view. We have a loan on that that will get paid off over the years. But I was told when I was on the public side that building had lots of mold. I kept hearing that. Then I got on council and I heard that the building's fine. Okay, the building must be fine. And I totally agree with what Councillor or Deputy Mayor said, Lamb, and Mayor Comrie, that I was under the entire impression that building was being heated. I think we had discussions about it during budget, that meeting would be heated. Yes, all employees that would have been related to that are no longer here. But to me, of course, if you're going to leave a building unheated for 2 or 3 winters, you're just asking for a whole bunch of problems, which were exasperated most likely by some problems that were there before. I never knew that the floor in the basement was only dirt and didn't have a concrete floor in it. Never knew that. Didn't even realize that when I read the Steinhoff reports. I'm not sure even if it was noted, but you know, I think it's a good learning lesson to us, and we all knew because we all said it. We all thought it was being heated, but obviously, if we have mold in that building, and it sounds like 4 people had gone through it, and I heard there's a bunch of nodding of heads there earlier, that we can't expect staff, a volunteer, the public to go into this building that we're all now understand is full of mold and you can smell it or taste it. Is just not doable. So I think we have to come up with a resolution that will be to demolish that down the road. And it's unfortunate that it got to that, but I still think overall it was a good purchase of land for a municipality in the long term.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Councillor Bray?
Yeah, I'll be really brief. I agree with, a lot of what has been said. I think it needs to be demolished. I think our report from, the sign-off report was very clear about the dirt crawl space and talking about the rot and everything. So I think, yeah, I don't think we should be having anybody in that building the way it is now.
Okay, so if we call this question, obviously from the discussion, it's going to be defeated. So I don't know whether we should withdraw the resolution or we should vote on it, defeat it. Of course, by defeating it, we just, somehow it's got to be relayed back to why we defeated it to the rec committee. It's not a comment or a damnation on them. It's, do we want to vote on this and call the question? I guess I could do that. All those in favor?
Sorry, just before you do that, you are just voting on receiving the information from the Recreation Committee, and then you'd be directing staff to provide a report.
Oh, I don't think we need a report. What we need is some money's put in the budget to demolish the building, whether we do it ourselves with our own crews, right? And pull it away to the McDougall site or whatever, or whether we put in our own Ardbeg, or whether we get a private contractor to do it, I guess is all to be determined. But I think in the budget, we need to put monies to demolish the building.
So for this resolution, you can make an amendment or you can defeat it.
Well, if we defeat it, there's no report coming back. It's just the way you go on the budget's February 5th.
Well, just, excuse me, Mr. Chair, just a second here. If we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. The building is in fact actually being used to store stuff unless somebody took it out of there. The last time I was in it, it had quite a bit of restaurant equipment in it. So
not as much as you think. A lot of it was determined to be no good at all. If you really look at it, it's not worth.
Well, it had stoves. It had a couple of refrigerators, which it had like a salad bar type cooler and so on, and that sort of stuff. I don't know. There's, as you know, we've had people who wanted access to that in the municipality, who wanted to see if they could get access to some of that equipment. So I'm just not sure that we shouldn't have staff figure out what is the appropriate order to deal with this before we just, tell somebody to bring in a backhoe and start knocking it down, right? I mean.
We could discuss that during the budget. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I understand what you're saying, Mayor Comrie. I think that any equipment that's in there, if someone thinks they can use it, because we went through and tried to put a valuation on it, and as a council, we determined it's worth whatever anybody wants to use it for. So if we have a community group, or if we need something here and it works, get staff to pull it all out, come pick it up, take it, get rid of it. If there's, food bars or fridges or a stove or something that somebody can get, we're not gonna get any money for it. But if we can help out with another community group, let's just give it to them. And then when the building's empty, if council says, yeah, rip it down, then we rip it down.
Yeah, there may be.
But there's some bar chairs in there that may be.
For food pantry, or there may be uses, maybe Ardbeg needs some equipment.
Some chairs in there that maybe them or the Legion Hall could use. I know the Legion, some people from the Legion, and they had asked me about, I think there's a cooler or something there that they're trying.
Yeah, they asked for a number of things.
Give that stuff to whatever.
Well, we should take an inventory of what's in there that's actually usable.
Yep.
And communicate it to groups within Whitestone.
Yeah.
Right? And but we can do that. Do we do that through the budget process or I don't want to task
we
that
did
sets
have a
the
list. right? We did have a list of what was in there. I think Michelle and David put it together for us a few years ago. When there's valuation on what equipment was left in there, so we should have something.
Through you, your worship.
Yeah.
I think that was our intent really when I suggested this wording at the end to have staff be directed to provide a report, was just to go through the building, determine what was useful, what's not useful, whether we want to put any money into it or whether we want to knock it down.
So you're
So
for the report.
I think it would be your best first step, and then if it is a decision to demolish the building, then we can further be directed for that, and that would be a budget.
So we should
discussion as well.
approve this.
That would be my suggestion. yes.
Okay, good.
The only thing I would say is that in terms of the actual request from the Recreation Committee, we may want to get back to them at some point in time that is not a suitable, that we're not entertaining that use. So you might want to add that to the.
Yes, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I would add that to, the direction. Just so that we don't make, if they don't feel that there's a possibility they will get it and then for us to just turn around and not get it. So I think that we should add that as well, something in there about getting back to the Recreation Committee that the building was not usable.
I can advise them of council's decision. I know if we're not, but that's, you can add it to the motion if you like, but.
Okay, I'm gonna put including communicating with the Recreation Committee. How you do it, George, you can do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't say exactly how we'll do it, but so I added to the end that staff be directed to provide a report to council on the suitability of the building for use and any recommended actions or options for use in the future, including communicating with the Recreation Committee. Okay, call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Okay, that's passed. The next resolution is correspondence. I need a mover and seconder, whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 7 and 8 of January of the January 23rd, 2025 council meeting agenda. Now therefore let it be resolved that the council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. So what do we want to pull? Which ones? Anyone want to pull anything? If not, we'll vote on this. So all those in favor?
Sorry, just before we did the vote, could I ask one quick thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
All it was, I think I know we have a summary kind of in the agenda, but when we get to, say it's page 167 of our agenda, which just says correspondence.
Yeah.
It would be great if going forward, possibly, we could just list there, items A, B, C, D, E. So it's just a summary right there for everybody to see again and outlines what's in there. Just an idea going forward.
That's a good idea, and our CAO is saying no problem.
That was all I had.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash.
Oh, I never got a mover and seconder for the Councillor.
I don't think you did, but.
Who seconds? Councillor Bray second. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay,
Mayor Comrie, yes.
okay, good. Okay, next on the agenda should be council items. What council items do we have? Any council items?
I have one, Mr. Chair, that,
Let's go ahead, Mayor Conway.
two comments, I guess. The first one is just about Roma. Our CEO clerk and I did attend the Roma conference recently. There were a couple of things that came out of there, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare a note for you. I didn't get a chance to because I'm a bit under the weather here, but there were a few interesting things that got raised. An example of one was there was one session that I went to. They were talking about the changes in the provincial policy statements relating to agricultural, rural and agricultural lands, and there are some things that are new that we will have to deal with in our review of our official plan that have to do with agricultural uses, and there's some changes related to permitted agricultural uses and changes related to ancillary dwellings and so on what are essentially rural properties. So that are zoned rural. So there, just a heads up that there are some that there will be some things coming out of there, and our timing is, if the review of the official plan is good. So that's an example of some of the things we learned, and I'll perhaps try and get a report for you, just something in writing that you can read. The second thing I was going to mention to you is that
Just on that, Councillor or Mayor Carmen. Yeah, I think anytime someone goes to a conference like that, I like the idea of a note. If they feel more comfortable of jotting things down and talking to us about it, that's another way to do it. But I do think we should get a report. I attended these sessions. Here's what I got out of it, that sort of thing. And you and our CEO can work together on that, and maybe a quick report or note for our February meeting. So the public knows too, because they're funding that, right? So, okay, thank you.
No, I agree. So the second thing I was going to mention is that I decided to take advantage of that. I think you all saw some email about that from our deputy clerk about that course on sustainable economic development in Northern Ontario that is being funded by FONOM, and there was an organization meeting for it very recently to get going. It's actually a real university course, which is given by and it goes over it's like 3 hours a week over 12 weeks, I think. And there's a 10-page paper required at the end of it. But anyway, it's being conducted by Professor David Robertson from Lakehead, and he's an economist who deals specifically with Northern Ontario and Northern Ontario issues. But I decided to do it because I thought it would be an opportunity to try to put some flesh on the bones of what ECDAV means to Whitestone. And the participants, by the way, it's a small group. There's about 12 of us, and half of the group are ECDAV officers in Northern Ontario, various places, and the other half are municipal politicians like me. But anyway, so my goal out of it all is to try and get something to put in front of the people of Whitestone and council to say, here's what I think here's what I think our economic, we should be thinking about in terms of economic development for our community. So anyway, that's not what I'm doing it. Doesn't cost us anything, by the way. FedNor is funding this.
Oh, good. Any other question or councillor items? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to go into close, and we'll have a break, I guess, as we go into close. But I need a mover and seconder for the following: that this meeting be adjourned into a closed meeting at 2:35. PM for the following matters. Closed session, number one, closed session minutes of the regular closed council meeting of Tuesday, December the 10th, 2024. 15.2, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239, 2B. 15.21, resignation from the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center Board. Should we be identifying that name at this point? I don't think so, should we? But I'm gonna cross that on. Because the name is on here. Okay, 15.3, correspondence regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239, 2E. Correspondence from Brendan Boyles, Boyles, I guess it is, LLP. So I need a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Woods.
I can
moves.
second Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash. Seconds, all those in favor?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Councillor
That's-
Nash, yes.
That's carried, so, excuse me, questions period, we forgot question period for the public. Is there any? I don't think the public is on anymore.
No members of the public on right now.
Okay, so there's no questions from the public, so we will now turn the recording off. And we will turn it back on when we come out of close, but that will only be to if there's any resolutions coming out of close, so, and then we'll adjourn for the day. Thank you, everyone, for listening up till now, and take care. Bye. Okay, matters arising from closed session. I need a mover and seconder. We're back recorded, so we're back in regular council. 15.1, that the closed session minutes of the regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, December the 10th, 2024. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, December the 10th, 2024. I need a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Nash, you were saying before, so.
Yeah.
That.
That's fine.
I'll just told. Councillor Nash moves. Who seconds? Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carries.
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay. I need a mover and seconder for the following 15.2 personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239, 2B. 15.2.1, resignation of Sheila Wesley from the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center Board, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone acknowledges and accepts Sheila Wesley's resignation from the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center Board, and thanks her for her volunteer time and efforts on the board. Need a mover and seconder? Councillor Bray moves and Councillor.
I'll second.
Okay, sorry. How about we do Councillor Bray and we do Mayor Comrie? All those in favor?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Councillor Nash, yes.
That's carried. Confirmatory bylaw, that I need a mover and seconder, that bylaw number 5 dash 2025 being a confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on January the 23rd, 2025 is hereby enacted this 23rd day of January 2025. I need a
I
mover.
can make that motion.
Councillor Nash makes the motion, seconder. Councillor Woods.
And I just wanted to say something really quick if I could.
Yep.
I just wanted to say that our timing today was great. It's about 3:30. We had just enough on the agenda, and it's wonderful that we're getting out at a nice time. So thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Last motion, I think, was to adjournment. Mover and seconder, whereas the business of this meeting is concluded. Now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 3:29. Looking at the wall, it's probably more, yeah, it is about 3:29. PM until the regular council meeting, budget meeting of Tuesday, February the 4th, 2025 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Okay, mover and seconder. Counselor Woods moves. Seconder. Counselor Woods, you can't second. Counselor Bray. Okay, Counselor Bray second. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, everyone, thank you. And I guess we'll all get ready for the budget on February 5th. Have a good day, everyone.
Take care.
Take care. Recording off.